Hello there, good evening. Sorry for the late arrival. I just wanted to make sure I had all my stuff ready. In fact, I did forget something now that I think about it, but that's okay. So I am here and we are waiting to invite, but I'm going to start talking first. Hi, Bob. Hey, Eliza, Lauren, Victoria, Lorelei. So here's the key. Sharing is caring. Click the share button, but also go in and start inviting all your friends, all your family, whoever's in your friends can really benefit from this information. This is going to blow people's minds because I know whenever I hear it, and there's more than just the cannabis, this blows my mind. Yes, I see you, Bob. I'm going to click you in a little bit. Bob is the bomb. So, hey, Sandy. Mwah, 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 to all my loved ones out there, because you are all my love. I love it. Thank you for showing up. Hi, Cindy. So again, I'm going to keep saying sharing is caring. Start sharing to as many people as you can. If you know pages that you can share it to, groups you can share it to, hit the invite. It's awesome because this is going to really inform people who may have had misperceptions, misunderstandings, didn't even know anything about it. The cannabis is going to be one thing, but the GANs, I guarantee, majority of the people have never even heard about. I've only recently come into awareness of it through my conversations with Bob over the months. So I hope you're having an amazing Saturday. I'm actually more stoked about this conversation and how it's going to impact everyone out there that gets this information. Hi, Heather. Because it's not something that a lot of people always wanted to talk about because there are all these taboos around marijuana, pot, cannabis, whatever you want to call it. Because, again, misinformation perpetuating, not a good thing. So go ahead and click that share. Hit the share button. Let me see if I can share it too, because I want to make sure that all the right people are getting this information out there, because in the end, we all need this. We have an endocannabinoid system. It is synergistically aligned with our physical bodies. It is nutrition. It is sustaining again. I mean, ultimately, I'm always going to tell you, it comes back to the breath. If you don't do anything, breathing is going to heal you from the inside out. But you have to start working on it, deep belly breathing, all the way down into the core of your being, right? So again, I'm just throwing out some shares myself, and I just want to see everybody going down their friends list and inviting people. The more people you share this to and invite to, the more you're going to help people try to regain their personal power and choice, because it is the power of choice. You vote with every choice you make. Whatever purchase you make, you vote with that. And I'm telling you, the power of the people resides with us making the right choices for ourselves, our loved ones, and everyone around, right? So when you start tapping into that self-love, caring about yourself, it ripples out. You affect others, even if you never see it. And you can't go looking to expect it to happen either. It's a natural, organic flow. It's that divine dance with the cosmos. Hi, Sherry. Hi, Angie. Thank you, Donna, for sharing. Thank you, everyone. Hey, Sandy and Bob. Woohoo! I love seeing all my bright, shiny, happy peoples. So I'm really excited because, I had intentions of getting up earlier this morning. I was supposed to go get the car estimate, and I didn't end up doing that because boom, 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 between 7 and 8 in the morning, the thunder was just magnificent. Hey, Lynn, thank you for joining. It was so magnificent. It was like the other day where it sounded like it was coming at my head. And I'm like going, oh my gosh, should I be worried? But then I'm going to tell you, it was just so beautiful. It felt even more cozy in my bed. And then the torrential rain was pouring, and it was like, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to exercise some self-care and sleep in a little longer. And I'm not going to worry about the time. it wasn't until later I remembered I was supposed to be at the car shop for them to give me an estimate, but they can do that Monday. It's all good. Hey, Julie and Claudia, thanks for joining. So this is going to be a really powerful video, and that's why I'm taking a little time leading into it, because I really want you to share this video so that the right people get this information. I'm talking viral because a lot of this isn't talked about. And there's so much misinformation about what CBD is, what the THC does, how it works with the body, how we should be balanced from the inside out, and that let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food, right? Right? And so, you know, irrelevant of what they've tried to suppress in our government, society, and cultures, information is power, and it is the key to making changes in your life and choices that can positively affect you, right? Yeah, and nobody likes pills. I don't touch anything if I don't have to. Hey Dee, thanks for joining. Mwah. So we're going to invite my friend Bob, and I've known him for many years, and he's also an Army veteran. I was in the Air Force. I'm an Air Force veteran. And we've known each other, I don't even remember. He's going to have to remind me what year it was we met, and he can tell the story if he really wants. But yeah, it's funny how people come into your life. Yes, I'm still young, but I also feel like I've lived many lifetimes, Julie. And I never say that I feel old, because I really don't. I feel more youthful the older I get, with the more wisdom I attain and am aware of. So to me, I think we can re-youth, is how I call it. I think we can reverse the aging process. I don't just think it, I believe it. And again, you're only as young as your spine is flexible, because the flexibility of your spine also reflects the flexibility of your mind. Hi, April. Thank you for joining. And we really need to work on the mind as well as the body. It's this connection we're trying to reattain, right? Did you just get sick recently, like in the past 24 hours, Julie? Because we do have all this stuff going on. This is the dark moon before the new moon, which happens tomorrow about between 5 and 6 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. So we're in the moon's home placement of Cancer, which rules emotions, right? Even Sherry, I can admit my mind's quite flexible, but my spine could use a little bit more, which tells me my mind still has more to grow, right? And that I try not to attach too much to my belief systems and thinking I still know it all, because I don't, because I'm always evolving, I'm always growing, always learning, right? I'm always confronting and observing where this mind goes, right? So clicking the share button, clicking the invite as many people as you can, because this is going to be powerful information. It's amazing, you know, our lives, we don't realize how much we take on. Ah, okay, Julie. Yeah, Julie, I see what you're talking about. I thought you meant in the past 24 hours. Hey, Melanie and Eugen, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Hit the share, hit the invite as many people as you can. This dark moon is a time of release, and many people are going through stuff coming up, right? Hey, Dean, thanks for joining. And so when we come to the end of the dark moon cycle, right before the new moon, this is when we really need to look at stuff and think and reflect upon, how is that serving me? And what do I need to release out of my belief system, out of my life, that is no longer serving me, so I can allow what I need to serve me to come in, right? Exactly. 89-year-old. He still admits he knows he wants to learn something, so he learns something every day. Hi, Diana. Hey, Melanie. So yeah, it's really a time of release, and this is something even for myself. I'm constantly going through the metamorphosis, right? And in order to allow others to grow, you have to treat them like the butterfly and allow them to come breaking free of their chrysalis without your help, because the butterfly will die if you try to break the chrysalis before it is ready to emerge, because it needs to build its own strength, to flap those wings, to sustain and maintain itself. And we all are going through some form of a transformation at this time. Thank you, Julie. And we have to honor that in everyone, and that they have their own divine time. And even when we think we know better or we want to fix someone that we love, the biggest gift we can give them is to just hold the space, not try to offer advice, not try to impose our idea of what we think is better for them when we don't even know most of the times for ourselves, but to truly just listen and engage with them in such a way that they feel safe with you. Hi, Elsie. They're able to open up to you, that they can trust in the fact that you're listening and they feel heard, seen, and acknowledged. Hi, Dawn. Because we all need someone there at times in our lives to support what transformations and transitions are going on. Hi, Shalene, right? Shalane. If I mispronounce anyone's name, please correct me, because I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, and I want to give you the equal exchange of energy for that vibration that your name represents, and it actually gives back to you in a loving way, right? So many people will mispronounce my name. I've been called Lana, Lena, Lana, but it's Lana. It's L-A-N-A. Hi, Hud Huddy, Satnam. So, tomorrow will be the beginning of a new moon cycle, and this gives you the opportunity to perform your own reflection and your own sitting down to journal and set intentions. Thank you, Donna. I truly appreciate you for that. Thanks, Lynn. Because now we want to see the intentions of what it is we want to manifest and experience in the life. So the new moon is all about creating. It's planting the seed, because that's what the new moon represents. And many farmers will tell you they go by the almanac. So they plant seeds around the time of the new moon. And by harvest, the full moon is when it will fruition, correct? Hi, Paul and Melissa. Thanks for joining. Click the share. Click invite all your friends. This is going to be juicy. And we want to get as many people educated and informed and get that information to the people who need it. So yes, a lot of times what I've read over the years as far as planting the seed for the new moon and then setting the intention, they say that it can take up to 6 months for it to fruition. Some astrologers and what have you will say it should come to fruition of the next full moon afterward. But you know what? It's all in perfect time. And it's nice to have ritual for you to be able to look at it and go, oh, that's possible. So let me set this, let me plant the seed and then just release it. Whether you light a candle, you burn the paper, however you decide to do it. And allow it to just unfold without any attention to constantly thinking, did it happen? Is it going to happen? Don't get caught up in the details. Just set the intentions and let it go out to the universe for it to reflect and return back to you. Hey, Karen. Hey, Dawn and Michelle. So glad to see you. We're sharing is caring. We're sending it out to the ethers. We want to make sure everybody gets a chance to meet Bob and listen to hear what he has to say. He's going to give us a lot of information. So get your popcorn, your nice cream, your snacky snack, something to kind of munch on, a journal. We don't know how long we're going to be sitting here. But I've got the phone plugged in so that we have constant power. Bob, you might want to make sure you got the same thing going on your end. I've got myself plugged into a power source. Make sure your phone is on, I put mine on airplane mode, so it's only on the internet right now. So I'm not going to get any interruptions on that. So I shouldn't get even a text message. And get your journals. Yeah, take some notes. Make sure you have your water so you're hydrating, right? This is one of my favorite topics, Michelle, truly, because I've always believed in the power of plants and medicinals. So make sure you're hydrating. Wait, I see. I knew you would be. You got the phone in horizontal. I restarted my entire phone just to make sure, because it seems like, Facebook is still working on all these neat little features. So every once in a while things go wonky. But if we have a problem, we know how to work with that. We do the best we can, right? So, without further ado, I'm going to invite Bob. And all of you are sharing this video. Go down to the invite and invite all of your friends. All they're going to see is a notification. It's not going to show up on their page. It's not going to annoy anybody. And don't worry about what somebody thinks of you, because I think we're way ahead of that. Right, Bob? Hey, say hi to Bob.
Hey, didn't even realize I was on here. I was busy looking at the text. How you doing?
Woo-hoo.
It's been a long day. Been
Hey,
playing with my GANs.
you were blending your GANs?
I was playing with it. I was checking the pH levels on it. It's a little thing we do with it.
Very cool.
I'm trying to see if I get this phone situated right so you don't have a close-up of my nose.
What's that beep, beeping? Hey, Stephen and Rick. Hey, who else? Hey, Itza.
Hi, everybody. All right. I don't know where we left off last night. I really don't.
We're going to start.
Okay.
He's like,
Part moment.
again. Well, the first thing is we're going to talk about cannabis. And we're going to talk about the differences between what people call marijuana, the THC versus the CBD, the different strains.
Yeah, I'll get on all that. It's pretty much a routine. First order of business, just go with the name. Now, you touched on that. I prefer to use cannabis. I mean, the original name written in the Aramaic and the Hebrew was cannabis. And you say that fast enough, you'll see it's the derivative of cannabis. Marijuana, come on, really? We're done past that. We know what that's all about. Hemp, yes, in industrial applications, I can buy that as a term. But I tend to leave it at cannabis because cannabis is all-encompassing, and it's a scientific term, so it keeps things neat. It keeps things neat and uniform. Cannabis is everybody keeps referring to this as medicine, and that's something everybody has to stop doing because it's not a medicine. That's where part of the misunderstanding comes along. That gives the pharmaceutical companies their legitimacy, and it gives the government its legitimacy in making their arguments based on that fact. It's just not a fact. I mean, all the research tells you completely the opposite. The problem with this entire debate is it's being framed by attorneys of the Crown Temple Bar, okay? And the only thing they're in business for is to manipulate us. That's all they do. They manipulate our governments. They manipulate our laws. They're even involved in the banking. Its bottom line is these are the people that, well, might make people angry, but are owned by the Vatican Church. That said, I'm going to get back to cannabis. So the debate's been framed for us. That is, they pit us CBD against THC, children against adults, recreational against medical. And all these are complete misnomers. They have absolutely nothing to do with the facts, any of the facts for that matter. It has nothing to do with it. These are all contrivances to make us stand divided. And that's the one thing we don't need to be doing in any of the debates that are taking place nationally or internationally. So cannabis is a plant. One, obviously, it's a very important natural resource and has always been a very important natural resource for humanity. The records all the way to the earliest text of the Sumerian text, the Sumerian clay tablets, and some of their hieroglyphs show us who this plant is. It's the very plant that the Hebrews later, once they stole the story from the Sumerians, called the tree of life. In fact, that's what the Sumerians called it, the tree of life. And it tells us in their stories, in fact, Enoch, who was left out of the Bible for some reason when King James's version was done, and even at the Council of Nicaea, tells us who gave us this plant. And the books that are being composed out of the Sumerian text tell us who gave it to us and why, what it is. The story's already there, so we don't need to look very far anymore because all that's coming to light now. These were 4 trees, as they called them, that were given to us by a woman named Asherah. Asherah was Yahweh's wife. Nice little story there. That's something most of the Christians aren't told about, is that Yahweh was married. In fact, Yahweh had another name, and his real name is Enlil. who's one of two brothers that came to this place from heaven to earth came. And then little Cain's, having designed and created us, when in fact it was his brother Enki. So the lies started pretty early, and he demanded to have Godhead, of course, being the king of earth. And that's where that whole nonsense started from. And it's a system called kingship. It'd be well worth looking into for your audience, because that's what we need to end. Because all your social issues, every one of them, and most of your personal issues, really all evolve out of this system that's called kingship. It's a psychological system. It's very, very sophisticated. It's basically based on certain tenets and trickles down. We don't know all of it yet. Powers that be have access to this information and have had for a very long time. That said, back to cannabis. Cannabis is a plant whose constituents who is constituted of about 520 to date identified compounds. And those compounds all have some very interesting similarities. One is most of your cannabinoids are fatty acids, just like your vitamins A, D, E, K1, 2, 3, omega fat 3, 6, 9, 12. That sounds like a song, doesn't it? Well, those are the cannabinoids themselves are fatty acids, just like those certain vitamins are, and they react at the cellular level in specific manners, but relatable to what nutrients do. They come about to create homeostasis. Homeostasis is the balance of the cell. It's the health of the cell, to have its energies balanced. Homeostasis. And you'll find out later when we touch on GANs that that's exactly where we're going with all this. Cannabis is, when we're talking about cannabinoids, there's actually about 12 classes of cannabinoids right now, if you look at it very closely. Delta-9 and CBD being pitted against each other is just a complete travesty and utter nonsense, because we all understand there's an entourage effect. And that entourage effect determines that all the compounds have to work in unison. You'll notice certain things happen when they hybridize these plants, that certain compounds go up in quantity while others also go down. You usually see that with THC and CBD almost directly. THC goes up, CBD goes down, and vice versa. Mm-hmm. And that seems to be a pretty natural occurrence. And that's telling us something else that many people aren't looking at. I have seen the research, and I do kind of have an idea of what's going on here. It would require more research, and that I would challenge anybody to bring this topic up at their universities if they're at that level. But how exactly does this entourage effect work? Because cannabis seems to have this innate genetic ability to compensate for lack here and lack there by raising other compounds up higher to compensate for that. We know that delta-9 THC is a mimic, that is the only mimic of a compound called anandamide, which is our number one endocannabinoid. That is, our body produces it. And oddly enough, it produces it out of omega-3. See, I tell you, you get your omega-3 and omega-6 on all your milk jugs now, and they don't tell you the whole story. Well, omega-3 has 12 breakdowns it goes through until it finally gets evacuated or used up. At step 3, it becomes anandamide. At step, I believe, 8, it becomes progesterone. And at the final step, it splits into a fat and a sugar. The sugar is perfect sugar food for the RNA in our cells. And the fat is unusable, and it gets evacuated immediately, which is something else delta-9 does. Your little fat cells aren't supposed to be bloated. Delta-9 or anandamide is supposed to regulate that activity. It eliminates, that is, evacuates those bad fats that seem to give us inflammation and disease, and it only allows in the good fats and only allows in a limited quantity. A very interesting thing that happens there. Mm-hmm. Now, people have to remember that 25 years ago is when the endocannabinoid system was identified, which, if you really think about it, anything that came before that without mass body, about as ridiculous as leaving out the circulatory system, the nervous system, the digestive system, reproductive system, all of them, and telling me that you know what a normal body looks like. I'm sorry, how can that happen? You have 210 human cell types in your body. Every one of those cell types has at least 1 to 14 cannabinoid-specific receptors. 14. Your body produces 7 endocannabinoids. It doesn't produce the rest and therefore requires it from an outside source. And it only comes from one source, cannabis. Now that's the definition of a nutrient. A compound, the cell requires that it either produces only in limited quantities or doesn't produce at all, and requires from an outside source. Sorry, folks, not medicine here. Not a drug here either. Delta 9 THC is not the one that gets you high. It's serotonin. It's dopamine. Those things get you high. All cannabis does is affects or influences how much of it produced. We know already not at any rate that's damaging to the cell structure. Not at all. In fact, it's usually beneficial because of, yes?
Do you have your phone on vibrate or something? Like turn off this. I keep hearing this like something chimes in. Is that yours?
Get rid of notifications, systems, get rid of the volumes.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got all my volumes down. Okay.
I put my
Where was that?
vibrate just or like on silent so that I'm not getting that little buzz if something does come in. But that may or may not help for you. I don't know.
Well, let's just see a minute. Okay. I'm trying to remember where I was at.
Talking about the nutritional values. It's not medicine.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at over 44,000 research reports, and because the endocannabinoid system hadn't been identified until about 25 years ago, and even after that, most researchers never included it as part of their research. Let me read about another 37. I tired of that really quickly because I just kept seeing the same thing over and over again. They had stumbled upon that system for probably the better part of 200 years and never really noticed it or ignored it or were made to ignore it. I mean, we've had researchers like O'Shaughnessy back in the 1840s already identifying that it cures gonorrhea and rabies and menstrual problems, on and on. He was still conducting all kinds of research, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. And then we know in 42, Adams already identified Delta 9, which was later attributed to Meshulam, but actually it was done by Adams for the U.S. Army as part of the DOD contract. And they gave it up because they realized soldiers won't fight on that crap. And that wasn't what they were trying to affect. Yeah, absolutely. And they also recognized that it heals disease, and that's something the eugenics crowd never wanted. Now, you got to remember, eugenics is a new thing that came up in the late 1800s. And if you follow what's been going on in the world, you better take a really close look because eugenics is taking place presently. Your sky, your water, your earth, your food, even your medicines are all toxic. You might want to wake up, folks. Somebody don't want us around. So anyway, go back to the nutritional part. You have all 49 USDA claimed essential nutrients in this plant, all of them. The only source of vitamin D3. It's a source of 5 proteins that are 100% digestible as opposed to meat, 12 to 14%. So you're not left with 80-some% bulk for your body to contend with and ask itself, what the heck am I supposed to do with this junk? 2 of those oils, pressed from the seed, are also genetic reparents, well, at least 2 of them. Delta 9, if it has any Delta 9 on it, trace left on the seed after production, after harvesting, you'll also have a 3rd one, because Delta 9 THC is also a genetic reparent. So are adestin and so are albumin. And there's a further 2 found in this plant. I really have to look for the names right now, but I normally only deal with the 3. And there's one interesting one in the root, and it enhances cellular life by another 1.5 times. So if your cells are supposed to be completely replacing every 7 years, double that and then add half again. So you've got what? For a human lifestyle spans, if we're talking about 70 years being the average, you're already talking about 175 years. That's some life extension going on right there. If you go back to the historic texts of Enoch and some of the others, we were actually promised by Yahweh 120 years after the deluge. He took the 4th plant away and left us with 3: indica, sativa, and ruderalis. Indica is nighttime, sativa is daytime, and ruderalis is materials. The 4th one was for longevity. And when you look at all these ancient people in the Old Testament that lived up to 950 years, I hate to tell you this, but that wasn't a misquote. That wasn't some kind of playing with numbers trick. These people lived to be 950 years old. Chinese historical documentation even has one individual living to be over 1,600 years, predominantly consuming cannabis in very small quantities, which is interesting because research is now finding that, hey, if you go on a fast often enough, you actually regenerate new stem cells. That's right. The less you eat, the more your body works for you. And like I said yesterday, 80% of your nutrition comes from simply breathing the air.
Breatharian.
That's it, 80%. Your amino acids are all oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen tied together to a carbon molecule, and you get the first 3 elements just by breathing. and the carbon you get often by breathing through the activity of carbon dioxide in the air. So it's just opens up a whole new bunch of avenues for people to look at. Uh, GANS is going to get more interesting because GANS, we actually, right now with cannabis, we're talking at the molecular level. With GANS, you're going to be talking about at the monoatomic level. That is the singular atoms, not two atoms or more, but singular atoms. But we're going to stick with cannabis for a minute.
Yeah, because I want to go back to plants,
yeah.
because that's the part I honestly was less aware of, except for when you touched upon it one other time we talked, and I was like, okay, we're gonna have to come back to this subject because I know, like you said, radialis, and the other was something that was for longevity.
Rooter, like rudder.
Right.
Ruderalis. Ruderalis.
Okay.
It's the industrial plant. It doesn't grow very tall, usually only about 4 to 5 feet. So really, even as an industrial plant, it's probably not the ideal one to have. Sativas that can reach up to 19 feet is what you want, because the fiber in cannabis runs along the entire stalk length, unlike trees that are just small pieces of fiber, right?
Right.
So really, we're wasting our time deforesting the lands when we really could be growing cannabis on most of our cornfields. We lay fallow over 12 million acres of land that the federal government pays for to farmers every year. 12 million, doing nothing. We've got about another 38 to 48 million that are planted and subsidized to be planted in corn. Very low nutritional value and very high pollution factors and carbon footprints to those plants. It's a grass. Furthermore, we weren't designed grasses. I only have one stomach. I don't know if anybody in the audience has 4 stomachs. Have at all your grass you want, but I don't eat grass anymore. But it is a wholesome food. Now, there are about 36 microcultures I've found around the world, and they consume directly cannabis on daily, or they get it through their food source, their food chain, daily, more or less. And then there's a third group that gets it predominantly from seafood. Now, the last two that get it indirectly, the first one that's getting it with seafood is actually increasing or enhancing their endocannabinoid system as it is. That is, they're growing all their endocannabinoids, and it's a very proactive endocannabinoid system. Not so much so as when you introduce cannabis itself, because cannabis was specifically designed for us. And that's what you'll get out of the Sumer text. You'll understand that Asherah, when she made these plants, she was a geneticist. And she gave us these plants specifically designed to our DNA, which they also manipulated. So they were perfectly understanding what our DNA was all about. The junk DNA, yes, they twisted it off. And for some reason, there's more longevity at the end of that and more connection to the universe, let's say. And we're trying to figure out how to unravel that. Or there are various groups that are looking at that very intensely with the understanding of what's going on. The federal government has this completely backwards, and we know what their game is, and that's another topic we'll talk on a completely different time. But it fits in. All this ties in. We're being manipulated. It's something people have to fully grasp. We are being manipulated by people that do not have well-intended purposes on us. And some of these may be your neighbors, and unwittingly doing things that are very detrimental to humanity. We've, in essence, lost our humanity a long time ago through this system called kingship. And frankly, I think it's kind of a test that if we don't get back to our humanity, we will destroy ourselves through this process called kingship. And if we do get back to our humanity, we can negate kingship and be human beings again. And it's an amazing animal to be, the human being, because we do have humanity. We just have to wake up to it again. And that's what I think is happening all around the world, that we're waking up to certain aspects of it, but we're still tinkering with the symptoms of kingship, when really we need to go at the jugular vein of kingship itself. Basically, Hydra's head. Chop it completely off, and this beast will cease to exist. And there are a lot of fallacies surrounding our whys we even adhere to it anymore. Anyway, back to cannabis. So cannabis smoking you touched on yesterday, and there's no research that vindicates that at all. Smoking cannabis actually, okay, everybody notices when somebody smokes, the first couple of totes, they cough voraciously. Well, that coughing's not damage. What that coughing's doing is expectorating your phlegm out of your lungs, the debris that's gathered up in your lungs. And you cough about 3 times, and each time you cough, you'll feel that mucus getting tighter until it gets into a ball that you can evacuate. That's what the coughing is about. That it's not evacuating the cannabis, it's evacuating what's already there from your normal breathing. We know that cannabis, as soon as it hits the air sacs, also starts to affect repairs, because that's what cannabis does. It's the cannabinoids, the terpenes, most of the other compounds in cannabis, they're regulatory compounds. They have a unique chemical signaling system, and they know what every cell is doing across the entire body at all times. So they'll come to the rescue. I mean, it's always better to administer your cannabis as close to the location where it's actually needed in the case of disease, presently disease.
Well,
but
disease, not disease.
Yeah, okay, exactly. I look at it more as an endocannabinoid deficiency syndrome, and it's already been identified by several researchers that what Dr. Bob Malamud, professor at University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and the two husband-wife team Courtneys out in California, they've all touched on this being, previously they called them conditional essential nutrients. Well, I had a little discussion with Mr. Malamud last August, and the week following, I think he dropped the essential, what's the word I just gave? The conditional essential nutrients part, and he's just calling them outright essential nutrients now.
Yeah.
But what I'm finding across the board is nobody's reading the research. Everybody's yammering about, oh, we can't do the research, there's not enough research. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 44,000 reports. It took me 4 years to read them, okay? There is a lot of research. And once you look at the stuff that's already, yeah, as soon as you look through the stuff that's already identified, and you understand that everything they were researching before that was being, for lack of better words, being conducted on bodies that were not normal. They had no idea what normal was. Therefore, none of your pharmaceuticals can work because they're working off of research that leaves out an entire major system of the body, probably the biggest single system the body has, which is the endocannabinoid system, active not only on all 210 cell types, but also on the 70% non-genetically related weight that we carry of bacterium. It's also very beneficial to that. Oddly enough, cannabis is very beneficial to all mammals, because the endocannabinoid system is found on all mammals. It's even being found in reptilian and amphibian species, and it's also been identified as far back as almost 200 million years. So this is not a new system, and our government to even be playing around with the legalities of it with their lawyer nonsense is a very dangerous thing to do, because our bodies are dependent on that plant, and we don't realize it yet because the effects of its loss have not completely hit us. Now, if one of the white papers I read back in the 1970s was any indication, it takes about 7 generations for a massive genetic defect to hit the entire population. That is, to go to the 100% level, such as cancer is getting ready to do. Yeah, after about 50 years of their nonsense, 60 years of their nonsense, we're getting to the point now where everybody's going to be diagnosed with cancer.
Bob, very quick.
Yeah.
Just because Dawn keeps asking, this is the second time she's asking if it's possible to get off of painkillers. So you can say that, putting cannabis.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I've helped people. I've walked people through the process of taking cannabis oil.
RSO.
Yep. Let me just take one step back. Let's look at modes of dosing. Okay, everybody automatically assumes smoking is involved. Stop right there. Smoking burns up 95% of the compounds in cannabis. They become ineffective at that point. You're wasting your time. For every dime bag you buy, you're wasting 95% of it by smoking in a bowl or a joint. You need to consume it orally or topically or as a suppository. You don't smoke it, you eat it. You ingest it is what you do, in essence. And you do whole plant extract, not just bud, not just leaves, not just roots and stems. It's preferred to do the entire plant because there are so many diverse compounds in that plant that you really don't want to leave any out with the understanding that they work under the entourage system. They require each other to be completely balanced. So you need to have aspects of all that plant. The oil that we use, Rick Simpson oil, is high in most of the terpenes and cannabinoids that are present, and most of the other fatty acids too, because we use either usually an alcohol or a solvent-based material to extract that off. We then get rid of those. We cook those off one way or another, and the leftover product is it's clean. If there's any trace of anything left, the cannabinoids will get rid of that. Actually, it's part of their function is to detoxify us, for heavy metals and everything else. Just like they do with the soil, and just like they do with the air. That's what they do. They clean everything, they regulate everything, make it work right. Because most of nature and our bodies know how to do all this stuff if they're given the right energy. And that energy in this case comes from that plant's various compounds, which give different energy fields off. All your medicine isn't taking place at the molecular level. It's not taking place in the matter state, for that matter. It's taking place at the energy level. At the very center of every atom is a massive field of energy. They're all baby suns. And when you get down to the monoatomic, or the GANs, or the nano state of a compound or an element, you're going to find that some of them behave completely differently than they do in their two atom or larger format. Gold is always my favorite to show.
Yeah.
Gold in the singular atomic form, or singular atom form, develops a second neutron. Yeah. And where normally the electrons float in a circular orbit around that, they now take on a figure 8, or an infinity loop around two neurons. Let's just say neurons. Yeah, but anyway.
You meant the ones, the neutrons, the protons, electrons, creates that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll just continue, and it'll be self-explanatory. Why I even get confused anymore. At the very center of the atom is actually an area that seems blank. It's almost like a bubble, and what that is pure plasma, and it's at the center of every one of them. And plasma generates all energy fields, all of them. You go from one end of the spectrum to the other, they all derive their origin out of plasma. Plasma also has two specific energies, which are gravity and magnetism. And now we're going to get into music, okay? Because where those two forces meet at certain frequencies will determine a matter state. And we can see that example from the atom itself. We can see it from the human body, and we can see it from the planet, and we can see it from the solar system, and on and on. There's always a plasmatic core in the center. Our sun is the center of the solar system. Our core of the earth, our supposed iron core, is at the center of the earth. Our core is our soul, which is found by your pineal gland. It weighs about 22 grams, and it's pure energy is all it is. And from that energy manifests your entire body using your genome as the musical scales to generate that. Now, everybody previously thought that your DNA produces proteins, like 95% of it produces proteins, ha ha ha. Well, they found out they're dead wrong. They produce less than 5% of it produces proteins or anything of that nature at all. The rest of it creates energy fields, and they can't quite figure out what these energy fields are doing yet. We can pretty much guess already what they're doing because we're a little bit deeper into this as we're rewriting physics. The energy fields get very interesting because now, understanding these energy fields, we also understand a few other things. We understand how they function in the human body to create homeostasis. And we also understand how to generate spaceflight. We also know how to generate materials, solid matter state materials. Things that you consider are solid, but we know now are just actually kind of illusionary.
Belief system.
It's part of kingship. It's a derivative out of kingship, to make you believe things that are absolutely untrue with enough seemingly sound evidence, but then when you really take it apart years later, you realize how ridiculous it was. Flat Earth, to you name it, blah 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 blah. But
right. The conditioning is that, is what a spoon looks like, for example, and so because everybody agrees with it on the collective, that's why we manifest it in matter.
Exactly. When really we can get beyond that now, and those of us who understand, we can get beyond that, and we start seeing how our mind really functions separate from our soul, and that our soul is actually everywhere at all times. So, in essence, we really don't need to travel. We're always there because we're one. Everything is one thing. I mean, if I pull a tablecloth, on one corner, when's the other corner come? What does it do? Where does it go? And when does it come? When does it move? It moves immediately. Which means the entire universe feels every effect of energy that you emanate, and it feels it immediately. The butterfly effect, it's very real. All these things are very real. We know from DNA testing from coast to coast that a piece of DNA in New Jersey cleaved and sent to California, and then stimulated New Jersey. The one in California reacted immediately, and in the manner it was being tested with. Was it frozen? It would act like it was freezing. Was it being burned? It would act like it was burned. Several thousand miles away, unconnected, and there you go, instantaneous. They could feel it. And we're seeing these nuances.
Guillermo is asking if it's true or false that cannabis destroys the neurons. See, there's a falsehood right there.
No, actually, cannabis is Delta 9 specifically, again, the one they keep wanting to throw under the bus, helps the hippocampus generate undifferentiated glial stem cells. That's undifferentiated brain stem cells, baby cells. And the brain then decides what to do with it. And it can form 3 different types of cells with it, mostly the neural pathways, the neurons themselves, and some of the other architecture. But no, it doesn't kill brain cells. That test that you're referring to is what they did was they didn't follow their own protocol. They were supposed to administer joints of cannabis to lab animals in a certain prescribed period of time. And what they did instead is they shortened it so much and they administered with a mask over these animals' faces that when these animals were smoking nothing but smoke and getting no oxygen, they deceased. And on autopsy, it was determined that the brain cells had suffered lack of oxygen. Well, I'm sorry, if I put my hands around your neck and tell you keep breathing, what do you think is going to happen to you? It's not the cannabis. We found out cannabis does exactly the opposite. It grows new cells, and it's not just the brain cells it regrows. It helps bone heal 2.5 times faster than magnesium and calcium alone. 2.5 times faster, 2.5 times stronger. Breaks heal without scar tissue. Third-degree burns heal without scar tissue. Pigmentation comes back after about 18 months, and the hair follicles regrow. No, Delta 9 is not a drug. It's not killing anything in your body except for disease. It's ending it. It's ending the disease. It's bringing homeostasis to your body. I mean, any more detractors, please bring it on, because I'm ready. They're all lies.
I can't read all of your message here, but it says, help, I have a terrible problem with smoking marijuana. He says he sleeps great, wakes up refreshed, tries to eat healthy with his munchies.
The first thing I would recommend, if you're trying to dose by smoking marijuana, do not smoke it raw. Get yourself a vaporizer. A vaporizer will keep it at a temperature that does not burn up the cannabinoids or the terpenes. It's a specific range, roughly between about 190 to about 220 degrees Celsius, okay, just around the boiling point. Well, when you light that thing up with a fire, you're up to over 700 degrees. I'm sorry, bud, you're wasting your money and your time. And yeah, you're going to cough a lot. It's smoke. You want vapors. You want the oil vapors. They come in easier into your lungs. They're cooler and more soothing, and they go right to work. And they don't have to do any repair, getting rid of some dirty old carbon and maybe some things that seem carcinogenic, but they're evacuated almost immediately.
Well, what you're saying, that range, that temperature range, has to do with the decarboxylation. That is the proper temperature to transform.
We're concerned about decarboxylation only with Delta 9. That is, Delta 9 doesn't come originally as Delta 9. It comes as a THC acid. And that acid has to be heated up enough to convert it into Delta 9. Delta 8 and Delta 9, actually. Both of those will get you high. And both of those have quote, end quote, medicinal properties, even though that's a word it's a complete misnomer. What we're doing is we're satisfying a nutrient deficiency. That's hardly medicine. But the government needs to stand on that ground, because if it doesn't, it's going to completely fail in what it's trying to do, which is to rip us off of an entire already thriving industry. And you might want to look around, because this industry has been thriving for going on near about 80 years. It's the whole reason we're even having this debate is because the underground kept it alive. And no, it was not cartels. I just almost want to just scream when I hear that word. The only thing associated with cartels is your Central Intelligence Agency. 90% of the cannabis that ever came into this country came from this country. Sorry about your luck. Most of the hybridization of these seeds was done in this country. Most of the promoting of this worldwide, done in this country. Cannabis is a homegrown. All the way around, even the better quality stuff. Yes, we got some stuff from Colombia for a while. Yes, we got some stuff from Mexico. And yes, it still comes. So what?
And just to touch upon Brandon, I don't know if you came in late, because he was explaining a whole lot more in the beginning. You're probably going to have to go back and watch. I mean, you said we missed the point, but you probably missed the explanation in the beginning. We know it's against the law. We know they've been using it to control people from getting properly healed, and understanding that it is part of our natural balance and harmony within our system. I couldn't read all of your message because it was too much. It starts ...
To all those people that keep bringing up this thing about it being illegal, that's the whole nature of this republic, that we challenge what they decide is legal and illegal. And it's tested against one thing. Is it lawful? Lawful. Does it stand up against the Constitution of the United States of America? And most of these laws simply do not stand up. They are unlawful. And that's going to be a whole different lesson for you to learn, because that takes months, literally months, to get your head around. It's a language of legalese. It's a false language that's imposed on us, made us to believe that it's a normal language using Webster's dictionary, but it's not. It's using Black's Law Book, which is an English or a Crown. Actually, I believe it's a Crown publication. We don't even own our own law. It's copyrighted. It's copyrighted by agents of Rome. In fact, just to be brief on this, there are at least 37 United Stateses, and they're all chartered corporations, 36 of them in Wilmington, Delaware, and one of them is owned and chartered by the country of France, and they exact taxes from us. Did you know that? Well, you might want to look that up. So what's legal and what's lawful? First, you have to discern between those two words. And the second thing is if it's legal, we shouldn't have to care about that, because we are ultimately the bosses of these miscreants who took this thing out of circulation to begin with and is causing untold damage to the entire world. We're in the 4th generation of a massive nutrient deficiency, including 5 genetic reparents. Do you understand that? You're passing on genes to your children that are moderately defective, if not majorly defective already, when in reality you could be repairing those before you pass those on. Well, those children are having the same thing done to them, and we're now in the 4th generation of this, and look around you what's happening. They're proposing to inject over 68 compounds into children before they're 5 years old. Cannabis ends all of that, ends it. In fact, if cannabis were put in the grocery stores where it belongs and put on everybody's plate at least one meal a day, a good portion of that using the seed, the hemp-pressed oils, the fresh leaves and buds, I can guarantee you that within 3 years, over 95% of all medical facilities, hospitals, doctors' offices, clinics will have to shut down for lack of patients. I guarantee it. You simply have to look at the 36 worldwide cultures that I've observed, and that becomes abundantly clear. Abundantly clear. Those institutions will shut down, so will all of pharmacology, because every pharmaceutical can be replaced by something out of cannabis. Every single one.
And just real quick, because I want to touch upon this, Brandon, there's no bashing of anybody on this channel. You will not get, we're here to inform and share information. I'm reading that you say that you have a traumatic brain injury and benefit gratefully from the marijuana. Totally understand where you're coming from. He's trying to give people more information so that you understand the best benefit you're going to get in the way, the form, and how is it administered. So we know.
Let me read his thing a minute.
Prescriptions. We're for the cannabis. This is what this is about.
Okay, you're talking about Brandon Hughes here. Brandon, I see your last submission. Have traumatic brain injury, benefit greatly from cannabis. Thank you very much. Side effects from prescribed medication nearly killed me. Yeah, they will. Think about it for a minute. They're trying to kill us, okay? You really have to wrap your head around that idea. I don't have a psychological condition, but the depression and anxiety. Okay, depression is...
Yep.
Depression can be taken care of other ways. It really can.
Breathing.
It really can. And breathing is one of them. Some of the exercises and understanding what the causes of depression are for yourself and not having someone tell you. Because frankly, psychiatrists have maybe a less than 30% success rate with their patients overall, but then after 5 years of therapy, less than 30% success. A hypnotherapist, on the other hand, would have over 95% success in probably 1 or 2 sessions, not 5 years. Okay, and I've got proof evidence of that of my wife, because I just got her off of antidepressants, had been on antidepressants and some of these other psychological pieces of crud for 35 years. She has never, now think about this for a minute, those things are designed to shut your emotions off.
Yep.
You go to a psychiatrist to fix what then exactly? Emotions that you can't even access? And then what's going to happen if you come off those medications and you've never dealt with those emotions? Well, I'm sorry. That's the situation I found my wife in before I married her. I promised her I'd get her off, and it took me 2.5 months to get her off of those concoctions. And she's now, for the first time, feeling emotions that she has to deal with. It's been very hard for her, but thank goodness she has a therapist in house, so at least as I can help her out with a lot of it. And we seem to be having a lot more success in 3.5, going on 4 months than she's had in 35 years. In fact, we had 5 major breakthroughs. None of her psychiatrists, and she went through 5 of them in her lifetime, that came even close. Didn't even come close. 35 years. Took me about a month and a half. That's why she was even still on the medication I got her out of five really mind-bending situations that kept her completely locked up in that world for 35 years. And she's healing. I'm proud of the success we're having, but cannabis was a big part of that. Because cannabis will, like I say, replace all those pharmaceuticals. Cannabis has an innate ability to understand what your body cells need and when they need it. For example, with transplants, it will tell the body whether to reject something or whether to accept it as being one of its own. And oddly enough, in body organ transplants, the cannabis recognizes that your body wants it, that you want it, that you need it to live. Yep. And it will do everything to ensure that it does not get infected and rejected. Surprise. It grows new liver cells. It grows new beta cells in the pancreas to start producing insulin again. Women's ovaries produce massive amounts of anandamide. And anandamide is interesting, and this one's specifically for the ladies right now. Guys, us too. It's important in our reproductive organs, but in the women, your ovaries produce massive amounts of anandamide, which is directly mimicked by delta-9 THC. So what's one of its functions? Well, to help produce a healthy egg. Surprise. It's also responsible for opening one of the flaps, allowing a sperm into the ovum and closing that flap, and then notifying all the other receptors on that ovum to never open again because a sperm has been captured. Okay? And most women don't even know that. Now, when the cytoblast starts to be created, the very first things that grow on those cytoblast walls are cannabinoid 1 and cannabinoid 2 receptors. Anandamide seems to be really at home with CB1, cannabinoid 1 receptor. So it's not exclusively, but it's very at home there. So as that thing comes out the fallopian tube and enters into the uterus, what is the entire lining of the uterus doing? Well, it's saturated with CB1 receptor sites that are flashing off chemical signals to that cytoblast to come attach itself to the wall. What's the first food produced that's fed that cytoblast? You guessed it. What's the first thing that comes out of mother's breast milk? You guessed it again. What makes the head of the sperm collapse? Because it's actually too large to enter the opening into the ovum. Well, guess again. There it is. It makes it collapse and get smaller so it can even go through the hole. You think cannabis is not important? You better wake up. Cannabis is everything for our health, longevity, and very survival of humanity. They are tinkering with things because these people are perverted. They're disgusting. They don't base anything on science. They base it on wordplay just to find another trick to make us stupid, sick, and enslaved. And when you start getting your head through that, you'll start understanding why they took this out of the diet. Perfect way to make us sick, perfect way to introduce eugenics, perfect way to dumb us down. Hey, get rid of the one thing that actually keep us sane, alive, healthy, and perfectly regulated to where they couldn't be able to get away with that. Cannabis. Take the tree of life out, and you will kill the beast.
And so was asking, she wants to know what your knowledge is about restoring the damaged thyroid or Hashimoto's. You know, like there's so many autoimmune diseases as a result of the thyroid being messed.
95% of all disease is actually emotion based. That is, your broken arm obviously isn't unless you got mad at somebody and punched a brick wall instead of them. But 95% of your disease is purely emotionally based, and it derives its origin out of your thymus, which is actually behind your heart. Surprise. That gets into the GANS technology now, the plasma technology that we're working with, because we're understanding the body functions a little bit differently. There's a soul, there's a physicality. We're not talking about physical nature anymore. We're not talking about matter anymore. We're talking about a matter state, a state of energy we describe as matter. There's a matter state, okay? So we need a health state. That's where everything is in balance, and all those balances are generated vis-a-vis the soul, the emotions, and physically down to your thymus. Your thymus is actually what produces in the womb produces your heart and everything else. You'll start seeing trilogies of creations in our body, constructs like the two lungs and the heart, the two kidneys and the liver. Those constructs aren't a coincidence, and it actually helps the flow of plasmatic energy throughout your body. And it's almost a pyramidical form. You'll see it happening in your brain, you'll see it happening throughout your torso, and you'll see it happening at your body. I mean, as soon as your feet touch ground, your bare feet touch ground, you are drawing energy straight up through your head, and it's coming around in a toroid. All energy fields are in toroidal shape, all of them. Every single one is a donut. But once you understand how these energy fields flow, they flow into a vortex, into or out of the circle, center, where they're packed tightly, and then they come out and they spread, and then they come back in around again, and they turn into another vortex to draw all that energy through, because you have to have a vortex in order to draw energy through. And the repetition of those fields as they collapse and they regrow in a heartbeat. The Earth has a heartbeat. Our core, plasmatic core, has a heartbeat. The sun has a heartbeat. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. We're talking about negative and positive. It's a fallacy. What it is an alkaline or an acid base. That's the way we tend to look at it all across this field right now. Also correlate with what we call the soul and the emotion and the physicality part of the matter state. Any matter state has that. You'll see all animals have a soul. There's even consciousness, and we see that with things like water. Water, interestingly enough, water we know has memory. Yep. We know it can take in emotions, the energy fields of emotions, and it can express those. We've seen those through the tests that were done in Japan and were done in Germany several on.
So we're still here.
To some level, there's even consciousness in a rock.
Are you there? We're going to have to re-invite Bob, which is perfectly fine. I'm so grateful. Can you hear me now? I'm so grateful that did not disappear, because I had that happen before. Hold that thought, everyone. We'll bring Bob back. So there was clearly, this happens. This is one of the things about social media. Okay. So had a little interruption.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, all right. What's up?
So right before we continue, thank you, Ann, and hey, Diana. Okay, everyone, click the share button, but also go under and invite. Just start inviting every single person under your list. This is information everybody needs to gain. You can't get anything negative out of this. This is only going to benefit the rest of your life. So sharing is caring. Hit that invite. Keep on going. And Bob is going to continue. We broke up. You were talking about Bob has memory and the emotion poured into the water to.
Yeah. Well, the point is our intentions, our very intentions, are energy. They're a form of energy. And that energy has massive effect, and people need to understand that energy is not a small thing. You have to understand the universe on two levels. We look at it from our individual perspective, our soul perspective, whatever you want to call it. But there's a greater perspective, and that's the greater consciousness itself. It is one thing, and we are part of it. That is, none of us are any different. There's no divisions between us. That's all an illusion. We are one thing. We are this one massive consciousness that are here, and there's no place else for us to go. This is it. We are this consciousness.
Yep.
Ta-da. So when you die, where do you go? No place.
Ta-da!
You don't go anywhere. I think you can go. I mean, get real, people. Eden. Where do you think Eden is?
Right here.
Look at any other planet in the solar system. Do you see any other ones that are this diverse in life form? Hello, you're living on Eden. Look what they're doing to it. Look what they are doing to it. Look what they're allowing you to believe can be done to it. So the whole story is completely backwards. Everything they're telling you is a bold-faced lie or a distortion. Think for yourselves, people. The facts are sitting right in front of your face, and there's enough of us awake that want to teach you. Please just listen long enough to go look for yourselves. And if you're not satisfied, there's the door. But we see what's going on, and we're making and affecting major change. So let's get back to the GANs. GANs, okay, is basically, we're utilizing the monoatomic form to get it, because basically what an atom is a mini sun. It's a mini plasmatic sun. The matter states that we think are there, the protons and the neutrons and the electrons, those aren't there. Those are constructs of the two energy waves coming together at certain frequencies and then creating that state. That's where it either goes higher or lower frequency. If you look at the sun, for example, all the cores tend to have a different weight value as you go further away from the sun. If you look at the way they're leaning, all the rotations are leaning. They're leaning either in until you get out to Jupiter or Saturn, then it goes straight up and down, and then it starts to go in the other direction. So you have a lot of forces taking place there and details that we're not really being told to identify with, but they work at every level. The mathematic numbers work the same way. The what do you call them? The spirals, the
Fibonacci and the
Fibonacci codes and all those numbers are all there. Tesla's 369, very important numbers. If you understand those, you understand the workings of the universe. And there's so much truth to that, it's not funny. We're rewriting physics, literally rewriting physics. And frankly, some of the technology that's coming out of it is being done. It's being done open source. Working with plasma technology and GANs is no longer behind closed doors. It's no longer owned by governments. It's owned by us. And it's all being distributed free. And on a weekly basis, we're holding at least 4 or 5 different lesson plans all on YouTube through the Kesh Foundation, KES. There are detractors, blah, 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 blah. This is still a work. These are long processes, but we also know what needs to be done. It's just a matter of getting it done to get there in order for this technology to work for everybody. The medicinal aspects or the health aspects of, for example, we recently were doing studies in the Philippines and in Tokyo, I believe, and the preliminary results came out showing that the GANs, which is gas in a nanostate, where we use certain metal compounds, sea salt, distilled water, and maybe a small charged battery to flow a small current through it to make it happen a little more rapid. We don't have to, but we like to make it a little bit rapid. But what it does is basically strip singular atoms off of metals, traps usually an oxygen particle with it, and from those two we can generate strong plasmatic fields. Some of these plasmatic fields have been measured over 250 feet away from the device that holds them. So, and that's part of our space technologies people that are doing that. We have 3 spaceship institutes going up this year, one in Ghana, starting building at $21 million for in Accra, Ghana, and for the Space Flight Institute. And we also have a manufacturing facility in in Tempe, Arizona, and I believe there's one also in China that just opened. There's more, but those are going to be the 3 primary ones that are going to focus on space technology. We have some of these craft. They already fly. They have already been in service. They're being held at bay at the main facility, and they're only used by the founder of the facility, and only for express purposes. I can explain some of those later, but it's very interesting because the U.S. military, none of the militaries are going to be able to do anything about this technology. In fact, it's already been used against them, and they know it. The entire initiative is a peace initiative. None of the technologies are being developed for any kind of war application or any kind of application that's not in benefit to humanity. We've already shown through the Tokyo results, the initial results, that we can turn off, we see all cancer types turning off at almost exactly the 6-hour mark, like clockwork, almost the 6-hour mark, bimp, off goes the cell. And it doesn't harm any healthy cells. We've had the materials tested there also, and they're non-toxic. The predominant elements that we're using are simply copper, zinc, and iron mixed in salt water, and we do something else to it and we connect it properly, and then we get the end result product and we can use that. And the energy that's created off of that we've been using to heal, to help people heal themselves. because this is what the body knows how to do. The body has a memory, just like the water does that I talked about. It has a memory of organs, of cells. That is, if a piece of your body gets cut off, a finger, an arm, a leg, your body has the memory to regrow that. They just never knew how to turn that on. We have turned it on. We know how to do that now, and that will be coming out of all this technology here within the next 5 to 10 years. Sooner if we get more people involved, because the more the merrier, because like I said, this is an open source project, and so far I think we have close to 120 million people working on this worldwide. In fact, I got out of industry, 35 years of research and development, electronics, in Department of Defense, because I just couldn't believe in that anymore. It's wrong, and I decided to better myself by doing work that benefits humanity, and this is something I settled on. And I can tell you, I've worked on some pretty high-tech programs that I don't think I'm going to be a fool about this. I get a good feeling about this, and the science is bearing out the facts that we're researching. So I'm very comfortable with this technology so far, and where the developmental part of it is. With the medicine, we're using something as simple as patches made with paper napkins and some of this material put on. We do a certain sequencing of those in another put the smaller bags in a bigger bag. We put a piece of copper plate in there. And it sounds so simple, people will be going, do what? I hate to tell you this, it actually works. That's the weird part. It really actually works. And once you understand how this is working and how those cells or how those atoms are all interconnected at that level, because, like I say, something strange happens at that level that doesn't normally happen with elements, and we rarely ever see those elements in monoatomic form, so we haven't been able to really see what's going on until recently. Just quickly back to gold. I told you it hits 2 neurons, right? But it actually does a couple of interesting things besides that. First of all, it's no longer shining gold, and it's no longer metallic at the monoatomic state. It's now more of a white, powdery-looking substance. And if you look at the bottom of your pyramids at Giza, you might want to take a look at that discoloration. It seems to be in the white. Just a little hint, people. The
Coolest stuff. I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm getting somebody to send me about 3 milliliter vial, and we have a way to test it now. When you test monoatomic gold under spectrometry, you flame it up and you see what kind of light comes emitted off of that. It doesn't show up as gold. It shows up as iron, silica, and a little bit of aluminum. So if they were testing the materials at the bottom of Giza with their old methods, they would have never found it. They would have never found it. And we think it's there, and within a couple more months, we'll be able to tell you for a fact whether it's there or not. And believe me, I'll be announcing that. I have no problem shutting them down. So that's just one of them. Another thing it does is if you get a bucket load of this, and you get a plate on a digital scale, and you start scooping it on, that digital scale will actually start to get lighter, not heavier. And if you put enough of it on, you could conceivably make that plate lift about 1 centimeter off of that scale. Levitate, anti-gravity, right? And when you heat it, as it approaches 800 degrees Fahrenheit, it does something else really interesting. It disappears. No, it doesn't melt. It doesn't evaporate. No, it doesn't vaporize. No, it disappears. Poof, gone. You cool it down. Boop, there it is again. Just like that. So we decided to do a test. Let's take a wooden stick while it's in the disappear state, and we'll scatter it all over, right? Yeah. That didn't happen because when it cooled down, that same pile was still there. So that means we have no idea where that gold goes in that state. It simply disappears. And we can work on that, have fun. But so we know it has health benefits. We know that it helps heal DNA. We know that the ancient ones used it, and in some cases called it mana. In some cases, I think there's been a couple of misrepresentations of what mana is, and we're still trying to actually figure out what that is. Right now, there's 3 prime candidates. One of them is cannabis mixed with other ingredients. Monoatomics is another one, and monoatomic gold is another one. All of them have good reason to believe that they could be in the running. So that's just one of the monoatomics. Now the other monoatomics aren't quite as exotic, but if you can get a compound down to the monoatomic, manipulate the plasmatic field, you can turn mercury into gold. Or you can take the next element underneath of it and turn it into gold. Or you can take the one beside it and turn it into gold. You can make gold. In fact, we know that certain ones of our co-workers in Austria have already produced gold. And I produced about 0.5 gram inadvertently. I didn't document exactly what I've been doing, so I haven't been able to repeat it very well. But I got about 0.5 gram in 12 hours.
Forgot to write down the.
I'll figure it out. I've got the basics. I'm pretty sure I've got a couple other techniques to use too.
Can we stop right there for a moment for a couple questions, because First, Tom asked about
Sure.
if you've ever heard of the colloidal silver IVs and what you think about it.
Colloidal silver has benefits. I wouldn't shy away from it. Anything that helps for health is good. We know it's non-toxic.
At home, but
We know it's non-toxic, but
yeah,
personally, why mess with colloidal silver? Colloidal silver is not monoatomic.
right.
It's in the monoatomic form that it's real work. Gold, especially gold. Gold's probably a little bit more valuable, I would assume, than silver could be for its unique qualities. And the more you get into understanding the physics behind it, you'll start to see why I tend to press gold a little bit more right now.
Oh, totally. And then
But for the GANs, we're not using those exotic metals. Right now, all we're using is basically zinc, iron, and copper. And it seems to be doing pretty much what we want it to do. From those, we know we can create energy fields that can produce all the other matter states. So, really, it's half a dozen of these or 6 of those. So we're working with that technology. We understand in agriculture, for example, we use it in agriculture too. It helps ward off insect pests. It cleans the toxins out of the soil, and it's a wonderful energy food and water. The water that's energized by it. In fact, in Ghana, they're selling bottled water now that's energized in I think 3 or 4 different formats, and it's flying off the shelves.
but use the copper rods to find the water. So there's no coincidence, the communication between the elements.
The elements are in constant communication. That's what you're going to find out once you understand how the principles of the universe are actually working. They have some really interesting stories looking for God particles and blah 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 blah. And really, they're barking up the wrong tree. They're trying to be too intelligent. It's much simpler than that. And the ancients knew it. The ancients were using a lot of this technology, people. They knew this. Look at Michael Tellinger's work about the Sarin stones and the round donut-shaped stones. About the sound frequencies that are emanated from some of these structures in South Africa, about the Great Mozambique, which was Enki's home. In Giza, which he built, and he told you he built it, and even the Egyptians told you they didn't build it. It was, and all the hieroglyphics they show the pharaohs as being very tall people, and everybody's like, well, no, that's just a respect thing. No, they were very tall people. They were at least 9 feet tall, folks. These were very tall people, and we know this now pretty much because we're finding these remains, these skeletal remains of giants all over the planet. Here in America, the Smithsonian Institute had to be sued from the Freedom of Information Act, and last year confessed that they had destroyed over 18,000 of these remains that they found here in the United States. 18,000. The population densities that we've been told about in our archaeology classes and history classes are all poppycock because Tellinger has found over 10 million structures down there. Over 10 million. When at a time when we were always told there were less than 12,000 people there. So it's just 12,000 people cannot build 10 million structures, and you can't build a pyramid by putting a 100-ton brick block up every 2 minutes, which is the time it would take to build them in 20 years. Impossibilities, the way they describe them being done. But if you understand the Egyptian story, for example, with the pyramids, said that they built them from the top down, and you understand if you put about 1 foot to 2 foot of monoatomic on top of a 100-ton rock, 4 people can walk it across the desert like it's a piece of paper.
So
now it makes sense. Now it makes sense how they could do that, right?
Phenomenal, right? I mean, it's all the stuff that dreams are made of. So if you can dream it and you believe it, you can achieve it. Real quick,
that's the unique thing about humanity. Is anything we can dream, we can make happen, and we can only dream it because it's possible to begin with already.
Exactly. It's if it's in your awareness, then it's already capable and it's already been done anyway. Kristen Nelson Day asked a question. What do you think about the different forms of edible marijuana, and also what about the cannabis oil patches?
Patches are good. It all depends on what you're trying to do. For example, if you have lower bowel problems, cancers, tumors in the intestinal tract and your reproductive organs, or some of that, you would probably do better taking suppositories because that gets more direct to where it needs to go. You wouldn't want to swallow it because that then has to go through your entire digestive tract, and your stomach's going to break down a lot of those and convert those in different ways. You just get it on site. They've even got injections for tumors you could do if you were a little bit bold, because there's nobody in the medical field that wants to do that, but they'll actually melt. Now, GANs will do the same thing. In fact, with GANs, they've had to stop doing that because it was dissolving the tumors too fast and causing a mess. So they decided they were going to do that over a lengthier period of times in their investigative studies. So, and that turned out pretty good because they were still able to turn the cancers off within 6 hours, and then simply have them digested by the body and expelled, at a proper rate. But the cannabis ingestibles, that's a matter of choice. It's not about, try to get as close to the disease as you can. That's always a primary one. Depending on how quick you need your relief, also determines how you want to do it. Smoking it is absolutely the fastest way. The next one is to put it underneath your tongue, sublingually, as they call it, and it goes straight to the capillaries go straight to your brain.
Clarify, when you say smoking, you're talking about vaping, though.
Smoking, okay, I'm guilty of this one, because smoking will always go to smoking a joint or smoking a bowl. But you're right, vaping can be considered smoking, but it's not, is it? It's only heating up the oils to make them vaporous. A little bit difference between smoke and vapor. There's no burned carbon matter there. It's simply the oils that are now in a vapor form in another state. And that's probably the healthiest way to smoke them. If you had to smoke them, that would be my number one choice, because that allows you to manipulate the temperature ranges. And think about this. You can get a you get a more pricey vaporizer that actually allows you to make temperature adjustments, specific temperature adjustments. You can scale it to the exact temperatures you want. And once you understand at what temperatures the specific cannabinoids turn into other cannabinoids, that is, convert, you could be beneficial, for example, if you wanted more CBN, which cannabinol, which is also indicative in or implicated in helping bone growth. So you've got delta 9 THC, which helps, and that goes at one temperature, and then you might want some CBN, and that goes at another temperature. CBD symptoms reliever is another one, and it just goes right on down the list. But they range between about 190 to about 220 degrees Celsius, just around the boiling point, plus or minus some degrees.
What are your thoughts on
anything
cannabis? I prefer.
What are my thoughts? Well, I consume it all the time. I used to have vertigo. I used to have to drive over the Chesapeake Bay Bridge over the Chesapeake Bay here in Maryland to go to work, to commute to my job and to my career. And one morning, after successive little jitters I would get every once in a while, suddenly I had a full-blown attack of vertigo, and I saw 7 Bay Bridges at 7 o'clock in the morning when it was still dark and heavily commuted. I was scared. My heart rate went through the roof, and I finally found a place on the other side of the bridge I could pull over and gather my thoughts again. But then a few weeks later, I really got slammed at work when my eyeballs started bouncing left to right like they were basketballs, and I was in the middle of a competition. I called the ambulance, went, and I was diagnosed with having vertigo. Well, they gave me some medicine, and I don't eat pills. So I had been studying Rick Simpson. This is basically at the start of it, so this had been about 6, maybe 7 years ago. And we had a winter break where I work at. Every winter, the company shut down for about 2 weeks between Christmas and right after New Year's. And I said, what the heck, I'm going to try some. Okay, and I did, and I overdid it. You were talking about your cookies. I overdid it, but I learned real quick you don't overdo it. It will make you see things.
That sucking on peppercorn.
Sucking on what?
You said to suck on a peppercorn, it would help with the tannins.
Oh, but that's for the anxiety.
Yeah.
Now, anybody that does cannabis and gets paranoid or anxiety or, quote, this, like they call it, psychosis, which is a nice name for paranoia to make it sound official, isn't it? All you need to do is get some unground peppercorns. Get about 3 or 4 of those. A little distasteful. Get a glass of milk if you have to. It's not important that it burns, because what you're trying to do is extract a single terpene out of it that's found in black pepper that will negate the feeling of that paranoia, that psychosis, in a matter of about 5 to 15 seconds. That quick. You simply chew on it, gone. Just like that. So anybody that has the excuse about, oh, I get all jittery and blah, blah, well, eat some pepper. You'll be fine. You will be fine.
So how does that relate to the juicing of the cannabis? Is that where that was coming from, as you found out about juicing it?
No, juicing is usually, you really don't, you shouldn't have a problem with it to begin with, because juicing doesn't have a very high THC, delta 9 THC content. Delta 9 is usually brought about by the process of decarboxylation. Yep. And that's when we made the oil by cooking it, bringing it up to a certain temperature range and allowing THCA, acid to convert to THCV. Delta 9 THC. But eating it, the acid itself, THC acid, still has huge benefits, and your body does convert some of it to delta 9, mostly like in your liver. Your liver will do that, translate it into delta 9 and delta 8. That said, you're getting such an onslaught of cannabinoids and terpenoids. Okay, here's something else about cannabinoids. See, even that part of the discussion is a little disingenuous because they keep pointing out at THCs, TBD. That's the obvious one. They keep trying to pit it against each other to divide the house here. Yep. And the other one is cannabinoids to begin with. Well, cannabinoids are only one branch of the terpenoid family. Yeah. The other branch is the terpenes. They're the non-phenolic terpenoids, okay? So cannabis picks up a phenol, which is a certain configuration of matter, and turns itself into a cannabinoid. And then the terpenes don't, and they basically remind the scent oils. There's a nice scenty oils we have, like you find in lavender or even in garlic. But they oddly have health benefits. They're all in the same class, aren't they? Cannabinoids and terpenes. So cannabinoids, there's about 130 identified to date, and terpenes is about 300. So you already got close to 3 times more terpenes that are doing work that they're not telling you about. So you got, what now, 330, and you've got 49 nutrients that they tell you are in there. So you're talking about what, 379 compounds already. Surprised? And they're all doing the same thing. When you watch what they're doing in this research on the cellular level, they are all benefiting that cell in some way, shape, or form. None of them are damaging the cells in any way, shape, or form. The entire argument is completely unsustainable, and it would behoove people to really do more research into this so we can stop allowing these politicians and basically crown attorneys from lying to us and framing these debates in a way that make them believable but are completely false arguments. Now consider this for a moment. If 95% of hospitals close in 3 years, why are we having a healthcare debate in this country? Why are we talking about 18 to 20% of our GDP? Huh? Think about that. It's a non-discussion. It's a non-argument. As soon as cannabis enters the scene again, that entire debate ends. Yes, I'm sorry for the people in the medical fields. You will have to find new jobs, but it'll be fun. Trust me. I've taken on about 5 or 6 careers in my lifetime. I've enjoyed changing into every single one. It's a rebirth. So you lose your job. So what? Life's not about a job. Life is an experience. It's an adventure. Enjoy the damn thing. I do. So, okay, back to the GANS. You got any more questions about cannabis? I mean, we're talking about two very important topics here. And they do fit together, but.
Tom is calling you the wizard, and he wants to give you a big hug. I love that. It's that beautiful.
I'm a hugger, Tom. You can have your hug. It's all good. It's love, brother.
Yeah, Kristen, you.
Now you were talking about smoking. Now this is some of your friends here are going to find it a little bit odd, but I smoke tobacco. My father at this age, he already had cancer twice. I don't have any problem with it. My lungs are up at 98% capacity for my age, 58. That's not damn bad. I can outwalk any of you clowns anytime. I just got done climbing all through the Rockies for 3.5 months, so it doesn't scare me. The only thing I've seen it affecting actually in the research I've done is eyesight, oddly enough. Not the rest of the health, the eyesight. And it's usually only after about the age of 110. So I think I've got some time. And there's other technologies. Other technologies are going to come up. I'm not extremely worried about it. And frankly, when my 2 front eyes close, I hope my pineal gland is awake by then, and I won't care. At least more awake. Let's put it that way. And we know it's coming. It's not. This isn't conjecture. This isn't dreaming. It's already here. For the fact that we're thinking about it means it's getting ready to happen, people. That's how we work as humanity. What we can envision, we simply make happen. We are the gods. Don't you get it? We can control all of it. Right? We can control all of this. This reality is all of your making, every bit of it. Every single bit of it. Okay, so cannabis, you have to look at it as it needs to get on the table. You want to get rid of the immunization crap, the vaccine crap with kids and everybody else. You want to get rid of the medical billing crap with everybody and going bankrupt and the government getting involved in all your paperwork and your business and on and ad nauseum. Just put cannabis back on the damn table and eat it. Just shush and eat it. Don't smoke it if you want to. Who cares? Actually, it doesn't hurt you. It actually does not hurt you. That's the lie. You cannot compare it to tobacco. But the nice thing is, the studies that I've seen that show cannabis involved with tobacco also show that There's no higher incidence of cancer with me than there is with the general public because I smoke cannabis, and cannabis deactivates most of those contra activities that they keep wanting to scare you with the boogeyman with. You know, they're good at putting out boogeymen, but people, you have to look through it every time. If they go in the negative, if there's any divisive consequence to an argument or a debate, it's created by them. It really is that simple. If it's divisive in nature, it's created by them. Stop arguing their arguments for them. Start thinking about yourselves. What do you want? And it's a question most of you have never asked yourselves. You think you have, but you really haven't. And it's going to take years for you to do it. But go on the right path, not their path. They have never fixed a single thing in their entire history of the world, ever. All they have done is created more of a mess so they can have more power grab, more money, more control. They do not work for us. They work for one entity and one entity alone. It's the Vatican. So you're going to have to learn who you are in this new universe, because you're much freer than you think you are. You have much more power than you think you are. You have much more power over your health and over your life and everything else. Don't let anyone tell you any different. Don't stop. You have to learn how to stop believing the nonsense that's holding you back from actually becoming who you really are. And we have a lot of friends around here now, a lot of people waking up in every field of endeavor, every field of knowledge, from law to science to nutrition to the arts, the very important arts, the yoga. That actually, you can tie all that back to Sumer too, because that whole culture came out of Sumer, and they tell you about it. You have to really get involved with learning the Sumerian history, because that's the original history that we're working off of here. And once you understand that, you'll understand where the solutions are. There's solutions they're offering us. None of those are solutions. Those are all furtherances, whatever scheme they have already perpetrated on us. And they know that if we finally wake up and catch them, they're in big trouble. So if you've noticed, for the last 2 years, everybody's been in a sort of really weird panic mode. I mean, politics doesn't even make sense anymore. The people they elect are almost a joke. Well, when you start to understand this material, you'll also understand that every time they open their mouths, they are mocking us. They are making fun of us, that we are so stupid and can't see through it, and it's right in front of our face. When you start recognizing that, you'll know you're on the right trail. And when you see that, you will be awake, and you will know that you'll never go back again. All the lies come together in cannabis, GANS, the Sumer story, and in the law. You figure that out, and you'll figure out our solutions, because they will never give us the answers to any of this.
You are so funny, Bob. I love you.
Yeah.
They're smoking his for as long as I've known you. You've always smoked, so.
Yeah, I always went outside. Thank you very much.
But do you use regular tobacco? Do you roll your own, or do you buy a particular brand?
Sometimes I roll my own, but not often, not like I used to. Yeah, they all have the same compounds in it, but I'm not afraid of it anymore.
Because I
detoxing, remaining detox with cannabis is not a problem, not at all. I mean, my fat cells are so saturated, it's not funny. I've been doing this for 6 years. I've been doing cannabis oil for 6 years now. It's a regular part of my routine.
When I was working on my degree years ago, I had found out about the tobacco industry having purposefully put addictive chemicals into cigarettes.
All the industries are doing that.
Right.
All the industries are
Well,
doing
they were held. They actually lost the lawsuit as a result of it. But even still, let me just answer. Lisa, if you're wondering what I was eating, it was vanilla and ice cream, which is frozen bananas and vanilla, some dates, and a little bit of my coconut yogurt in it. It was really good, yeah. And I also had some, what did I, Shirley Elizabeth granola kind of mixed in.
No, just give you guys a little clue about. I remember I told you we've had some run-ins with the Department of Defense around the world. That little drone that was taken down over Iran, it suggested that we may not want to be tampering with Iran and declaring a war on them. Let me put it that way. They're in possession of some technologies that really might surprise people. We're going much more advanced now. That drone that was taken down several years ago was taken down by this technology. It wasn't shot down. They didn't get into the program backdoor somehow. They actually just physically, with energy fields, picked it up and set it down. Simple as that. The USS Donald Cook, you can read up that 28 of their commissioned officers resigned on reaching port after Russian MiG fighters disabled their Aegis system. It's a very sophisticated radar sonar system, and all their systems went black, and even I believe their weapons systems all went black. And then the Russians proceeded to mock bomb strafe the USS Donald Cook a dozen times. Well, those officers, those commissioned officers, all decided it's probably not in their best interest to be in the Navy anymore. Rumor has it that China's working on one device about the size of a ping pong ball that will take out the energy fields in over 7,000 square kilometers. So war is coming down, dwindling down to about its end now. And we're going to make sure of that. Also, under the auspices of the U.S. Navy, I think tests were conducted, and the USS Roosevelt had to be towed back from sea. its engines wouldn't even work anymore. And they took out an old spy satellite. All of this was done remotely. Don't even have to be there. We can do it from the other side of the planet if we want to. The SpaceX rocket, remember the YouTube thing where it had a little blurb in the back? Now you know who did it. That thing was taken out because intelligence showed us that Elon Musk had made a deal with DOD to put up 19 nuclear weapons into space against international convention. And frankly, they have no business doing that. So this technology has already been used in ways that we've just not been informed about. And no, the government can't shut it down because there's just 120 million people, good luck. And then they're all scattered across five continents. This has gotten too big. Governments are involved now. In Italy, they're involved. China involved. Japan's involved. Russia's involved. Ghana's involved. Several other African countries are involved. Belgium was involved. And like I said, USA, we've got some people here that are doing it. We actually have a manufacturing facility in Arizona. Peru just opened a manufacturing facility. So we've got all the continents are hit. And it's growing. This isn't a small thing. It's been growing now for probably 5 or 6 years. And the information was really they started releasing the information in October 2015, and since then it's really kind of exploded. We've had a lot of success with it, a lot of successes. And it's still a work in progress. So anybody that wants to come on board, has ideas, wants to make applications to use, fine. We can do water purification with this. We can do health with this. We can make pads for health. We even have pain pens that we have. I thought I had one here. There's a disassembled one. This is basically just a coil set. And you see that black coating? Well, that used to be a copper wire. And that black coating is a nano material that's superconductive. Those are buckyballs. And we made those not under high pressure, not under deep temperatures, and it doesn't even work under very deep temperatures. It works at room temperature, and we produce it at room temperature, in essence. You can make this in your kitchen. And this material is very superconductive. You see it right here. And this pen, when we point it at someone, emits an energy field, and that energy field will help stabilize or balance the energy fields wherever part of the body is pointed at. So if you have a sore knee, for example, hold it on there for about 5 minutes, and your pain is gone in 5 minutes. I use it all the time.
You know, it's interesting that you're, bringing that up, because there's all these gimmicky things out there where, for example, I know there's a new MLM pyramid type deal where I guess this woman over in, I don't remember one of the Eastern countries, where she came up with these patches that have these discs on them. They're supposed to be put on certain areas of the pain to help get rid of the pain or the depression.
Well, there's validity to that.
But what doesn't make sense to me is why you would need more than one if one should be all you need.
Well, the way this works is that we usually put, like, when we use the patches, for example, we'll put the patches in 2 locations, more or less a front-back location type of deal. And that then starts to create again, that figure 8 fashion starts to take place of energy flow, and it's between those 2 pads. So anything that comes in the middle will register whether it's a normal energy or whether it's a deficit energy or whether it's a high energy. And it will try to make it balance out. What it'll do is, nature abhors a vacuum. So if you have less of an energy in one place and more of another, the more is going to feed the lesser, so it brings it in balance. It's kind of the same way humanity actually works if it's left alone. We actually try to balance in our nature between one another. We don't become contestive. We don't become violent with each other. We don't thieve from each other. this whole construct is what makes us do that, and we just don't understand that part of it yet. When we understand that's what's making us do this, behave in these manners, and understand that humanity really doesn't behave that way. We behave the way nature has designed us, which is to be in balance with our universe. That's the way it has done it. It's only this weird construct of humans, and we don't know where they came from, that gave us, or humanoids, that gave us this system. They must have gone bad somewhere, is all I can think. Went defective, and then somehow passed their defects on to us. That said, we know where the balances are. So these patches basically set up two distinct fields, and those fields then emit energy back and forth in a figure-8 fashion, and then whatever is caught in the middle, your disease factor, will be brought into alignment with all those energy fields. We've give you an example. We did a test where we had a bucket full of water, big metal containers. You know, you wash your dog in.
Maybe not. Are you still with me? Okay, so I'm still here. We did have an interruption, obviously. This happened before. We can still bring it back, right? So I can tell you, Kristen, one of the ways that I use it for migraines is sublingual via an oil or a medicinal chocolate that I make. I'm going to try to bring Bob back again. I know it is a little aggravating, but hey, we're getting some juicy, good stuff in here. I want you all to make sure, don't just share it to your page. Hit the invite. Click down all of your friends. Make sure they get some of this good, juicy information. Bob, you're going to have to log out and back in. I can't even invite you at the moment. And then let me know when you've reset your phone or something. You might want to turn on your light so we can see you better too. So my preference is almost always whole plant extract. I'm so with you on that, because one thing that's nice about, I've always learned for the coconut oil, is it helps absorb and break the blood-brain barrier, whatever. It's just another increase, because what I found from my own personal experience, whenever you're using natural oils, and I'm saying like avocado, nuts, and anything that has a natural oil to it, not talking about processed oils, it enhances its bioavailability and its disbursement in through the body. Yeah, we could definitely have a whole lot more people on here, but y'all just need to share and start clicking down the invite on your friends list. This is some valuable, juicy info. And I swear, Bob and I have been friends for years, and I truly appreciate his knowledge, because I'm like that, where when something is really interesting and intriguing for me, I go down that rabbit hole and I never seem to find my way out. And I'm constantly evolving and growing through the amount of information I've gleaned and experienced through personal, trial and error and trying things. I make chocolates using Ayurvedic herbs and cannabis oil that I've made myself. I have my own special recipe. I like it because it doesn't taste like bong water or smell like it, which some of them out there do. Mine tastes like buttered toast, in my opinion. And some of my friends have already tried that. So Bob, when Bob comes back on, we're going to invite him back on, because I know he's going to reset his phone. And hopefully we can continue on with this. But if you have any other questions, please. I mean, sharing is caring. We're at a point with social media to where it's not just about us and how many friends we have anymore. This is really about, sharing is caring, because one share to invite all your friends can change someone's life. And to withhold that information, when you know better, you do better. And when you can share that with somebody else to benefit their life, you just hands off. You're just sharing information. They do what they need to do with it. They glean what information they need to glean from it. That's the beauty of technology. Most of us here, like Bob, myself, and Tom, we come from IT backgrounds. So we see the true vision of what we can utilize this media scale for, and it's for the better and greater good of all. That's why I say it's all about self-love. And if you're showing up, give someone else the gift of sharing this information, anything that any of us are doing. The more you share, the more you're rippling out the effects, and everybody can be uplifted and supported and inspired, right? Let the spirit within you rise up, because when you rise, I rise. When I rise, we all rise. It's all inclusive, baby. It's all about uplifting the collective. I can't really give you a recipe, Kristen. It really boils down to, I've done a lot of research, but it's not a recipe. It's, let's see, we're going to get Bob back on here. We're going to let Bob explain and just take notes, because see, the thing is a recipe never gives you the same end result. I mean, I could tell you what I've used. I thought I invited you. Okay, it's inviting. I could give you a recipe, but it's how you use it that's going to be the end result. It's just like when I make kombucha, I can send you the SCOBY and give you the information, but it's going to turn out completely different than mine. So let Bob tell us. Bob, you want to, look at you. Do you have a bright light, or do you have a light you can turn on?
Am I sorry about what?
I was going to say, do you have a light you can turn on? Bring some.
I might have to walk across the room over here.
Kristen would like a recipe on how to make a cannabis.
I caught that, yeah. I mean, there's different ways of making it, and there's different groups you can go to for making it, but I tend to be old-fashioned, and I heard it from Rick Simpson, and I watched his technique, and I've had satisfying results with it, more than satisfying. Some people don't like the idea of using isopropyl alcohol or using naphtha or some of these other compounds, but I'm not so frightened of that. I understand kind of the chemical conversions that take place. It doesn't bother me. I know that it all dissipates when you do it correctly. If you follow Rick Simpson's method, and he has a video, it's titled "Run from the Cure."
Right.
And it's about a 60-minute video. And look for the full version on YouTube. Rick Simpson, Simpson. He's a former Canadian who helped about 5,000 people or better cure themselves of cancers, various cancers, diabetes, you name it, a whole host of different diseases. He actually helped effect cures with. But he was doing it for free in Canada until the the Mounted Police caught him and turned him in, took all his plants, and then he had written an article in the newspaper. I mean, he wasn't hiding anything, and they couldn't charge him with distribution because he was giving this stuff away. He was making the oil and giving it away. In my book, that makes him pretty much a saint. And he's been around the world helping other places try to organize and get medical cannabis passed. Not the methodology I would recommend, but we seem to be stuck at that right now, only for the fact that the Crown attorneys have pushed us in that direction unwittingly. Yeah, well, but Rick Simpson has a really easy method. It's the more you make, the better off you are. Let's put it that way. And to effect a cure for something, it usually takes about a good pound to a pound and a half of street level cannabis, and probably about a pound worth of medicinal or recreational. And it might take you a while to accumulate that if you're not in a cannabis free state. That said, yeah, the initial dosage is about 60 milligrams, which is about 10 milligram tubes that are about, say, 5 inches long and maybe about 3/4 of an inch around. And the idea is to, as quickly as possible, without any nasty side effects, which is basically getting really high. And I know some of you can't stand that feeling, but I've got a choice for you. You either go to the doctors and let them keep doing what they're doing, or you suck it up and get high. And frankly, there's nothing wrong with it. You people might need it. But that said, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. I mean, at the end, at the final end, you want to be able to take a full gram for your more serious diseases, and what will happen is it'll start affecting certain repairs, along with certain symptom relievers, repairs, and some other things, preventative measures. Um, we've seen cancer cured. I mean, that's the bottom line. We know this cures cancer. We know this cures asthma. We know glaucoma, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, rabies, gonorrhea, HIV/AIDS. I mean, the list goes on. National Institute of Health came out with two separate statements about a year or 2 years ago. In the one statement, they said that someone had been researching all the bacteria that they could find against cannabis. And guess what happened? All the bacterium died. That is, the unhealthy, bad bacterium died. The good ones, no, they were enhanced. They were kept healthy the way they're supposed to. Then the NIH came out with another statement, and you got to be careful in the wording because they're really slick about how they word things, aren't they? It says, on review by all their senior scientists of all the available research information, they have determined that every disease that was tested against the endocannabinoid system showed efficacy. What they forgot to tell you was they have tested every known disease. And this is the kind of nasty game these idiots play with us. Yeah, the diseases we've tested. Well, yeah, and which diseases are those? Well, all of them. But that's the truth of the matter.
She's a little confused at your dosage, what you recommended. Yeah, she's asking again, how much would you have to take?
According to Rich Simpson's protocol, it goes along the following. You take a half a grain of rice size for about the first week to 2 weeks to get. That's if you're not accustomed to cannabis, okay? Because it is concentrated, and you will get high off of half a gram to a grain of rice size of cannabis oil concentrated.
Which
it should be about 95% THC if it's done right. And THC is critical in most disease. It's critical. It's highly critical because, again, it's a genetic repairant. And unlike CBD, it slips into the cell and does work. Not just genetic repair, but other work too. And some of the other cannabinoids do the same thing. Vitamin D3, for example, is a cannabinoid. Did you know that? It's the only plant in nature that produces it is cannabis. And it's a genetic repairant also. It's also proactive in GCMAF, glycol-coupled macrophage activation factor. Some of you may have heard about in reference to vaccines and all these homeopathic doctors being killed off. Well, guess who turns on GCMAF? Vitamin D3. It's the one that cuts the two sugar molecules out of the three off of this protein that's sitting at amino acid address 420. Always makes me laugh. The irony sometimes. But when it takes those two sugar molecules off, it allows that protein to release itself, and then that protein goes out and activates macrophages. The macrophages are 30 times larger than your largest human cell type, and it has a voracious appetite for viruses, bacterium, and cancer cells. It has about 12 methods that it uses to kill them off, and my absolute favorite one is the ion beam. It actually shoots ions at its target to tear open its outer wall to allow its innards to bleed out. It then takes it to one of its 10 little pustules, which are little sacs, little stomachs on the bottom side of it. It then digests it and spits it out because all those parts are recyclable by the body. They're proteins, amino acids, pieces of DNA, on down the list, enzymes. It's funny as hell. When you see this stuff working, it's just kind of like, God, when are people going to wake up? I'm sorry, you just sit there, it's like, really, people? Wake up. Just read the material. Nobody else is. And you would think the pro and the con side would be the first ones to read this. They're the first ones that haven't read this. And they could care less. And when you talk to them about it, you may as well be speaking Greek because it's over their heads anyway. They're more concerned about trickery and law than they are about truth and science, okay? And they don't care about health because there's no money for them in the health aspect, and the money for them is the criminal justice system. You know? And that's what they're trying to perpetuate. And if you look at every state, not a single state has completely, what you think, legalized it. What they've done instead is they've given it another stature. They've allowed themselves to look like they're doing us the favor of decriminalizing or, quote, legalizing, end quote, when really all they're doing is setting up a new structure of regulation and government. And they're not legalizing it as everybody would like to believe. No, you can't have what you want. And it basically allows them two ways. It makes them look good. They're doing the right thing. And on the other hand, keeps the criminal justice system still jumping and allowing them to stuff about 70% of their jails full of people who have committed nonviolent crimes. There's no victim. There's no damage to any property. These people are simply consuming cannabis or dealing it amongst each other. Okay? So you have to get around the frameworks that they've built for you. There's no cartels here, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe for the heavier drugs, but not for cannabis. It's just not cost effective to move that kind of cannabis and those kinds of loads across the border when you can bring the other stuff, cocaine, methamphetamines. Are you kidding me? All the 95% of the cannabis has always been grown by us. Us, your neighbor, the guy down the street, your boss's son, the preacher's daughter. Those are the ones that are growing and selling the weed in this country and always have been doing it.
Yeah.
So cartels, don't let them scare you with that nonsense. That just gives them more legitimacy to put out more police on the street that we don't need. So the cannabis, once you get it, the oil itself is easy to make. You just have to follow the instructions to the letter. That's all you have to do. Just follow the instructions to the letter, and you should have no big problem doing it. It's always best to do it yourself in my book because you know what you're getting, right? Because you're going to test it first by smoking a little bit to see what quality you get. You may get an eye loop like I used to do, and I would look at the actual terpenes, oh Christ, what do they call them? The terpenes are grown at the end of these little trichomes, these little almost volcanic pointy shaped things, and at the tips of them you'll see little balls of oil that's being extruded from that gland, the glands at the bottom. And those are protective oils. All the cannabinoids and terpenes are protective oils for that plant. Well, they extend that protection into our body's cells. Well, those terpenes, I'll usually do a terpene count, give a good idea how many there are, in a small area. Is it compacted or is it loose? That's going to determine how much quantity you have. On average, I found with street value stuff, you get it at a fair price, very much cheaper than you would at dispensaries. And you can produce this material at home. If you live out in the country or have somebody out in the country, you can definitely produce this stuff. If you can afford a $39 rice cooker at Walmart's, and if you can afford some isopropyl alcohol and some coffee filters and have a couple of glasses ready and get a little candle warmer, that's about all you really need. And a couple of syringes you can get from, your local pharmacy and just say you're feeding it, feeding your baby with it. They don't ask a lot of questions, and you can get it for free in most cases. So I'll pick up 6 of them if I'm doing a pound, and if I were to do a pound, I would pick up 6 of them, and I'd have it all ready. It stores neater in the little syringes. You can put the unused ones, the reserve in your refrigerator, because they'll last for 5 years. Okay, they're good for got a shelf life of 5 years if you keep them refrigerated. That said,
you can also what I've done is made it with the coconut oil. Is what I do. There's 2 ways that I've done RSO, and then I've soaked it in the coconut oil.
Coconut oil is usually you see it used for several things like suppositories. It's one of the mediums you use in suppositories because it helps harden it up. You don't need. Let's put it this way: cannabis oil is very, very sticky. You touch it, and it's going to be stuck on everything.
When we're talking,
you get it on your teeth, stuck on your teeth. Yeah, it'll come off, in about 3 or 4 minutes of rubbing your tongue across your teeth, but it'll make your teeth black if you don't eat it right. So it's better to put it into something, where it's more diluted and doesn't cause that effect. You don't have to, but some people might prefer that. Personally, I don't care. But that said, yeah, you can use it infuse it with cannabis oil, and you can form little molds. You make little molds and form little suppositories for yourself. Make them in your freezer. The cannabis oil also lends itself, or the coconut oil also lends itself for topical applications and adjusting for 2 different reasons, for another reason, because it's got short chain triglycerides that help draw it through the lining of certain organs, especially from from your colon into your liver. So if you take a suppository, it's going to go straight up your colon as it starts to melt. Remember, it's got coconut oil, when it's a little bit cool, turns white and hardens. And when it warms up, it turns into a liquid form, which is going to take a few minutes inside your bowels. And then it's going to move its way up through the colon into your liver. Your liver is going to convert some of it into another type of THC, which is okay. And then it's going to go straight for example, for lung conditions. It's recommended if you have lung cancer, 4th-stage lung cancer, suppositories. Immediately get on 1 gram. Don't try to titrate from the half grain of rice size over 2 weeks, and then slowly double that every 4 days. I think is the recipe. So a week for 2 weeks you do it a half a grain of rice, and then after 2 weeks you bring it up to you double it to a full. 4 days later to 2 grains. 4 days later to 4. You keep doubling and doubling and doubling until you finally get up to doing a full gram a day. and actually it'll only take a couple of weeks to get to that. You won't get you won't get as high as you did in the beginning because you have titrated. Your body is adjusted to it.
Yeah.
The first dosage, you may not feel anything the first dosage because some of you people actually have endocannabinoid systems that are completely asleep.
Yeah.
That haven't been used in ages. You haven't eaten properly, and you haven't even gotten your omega fats to open up the endocannabinoids, produce the endocannabinoids. Frankly, I'm surprised you're still alive, but most of the people that are like that aren't really in good health. And we do know that. So it may take a day, 24 hours for your system to come active again, okay? Because it's semi-atrophied. It won't die off completely, but it'll semi-atrophy and it needs to be reawakened. And then that second dosage, you will get a high. Some of you may remember in teenagers who used it the first time and didn't really feel an effect. Well, that's exactly what was taking place. Your endocannabinoid system was sound asleep, hadn't been activated probably in a very long time, if at all, and that first one simply had to activate it. That second time you got high, that you dared to venture, said maybe I did something wrong the first time, and you got really blown away, like I did. That's what's taking place. So you titrate up to, you get to about a gram, which is a milliliter. So you get 10 milliliter syringes, so you'll be taking a full milliliter, a full syringe every 10 days. And that should get you to where you're going. And over a 90-day period, you will have consumed about 60 grams of cannabis oil. And in most cases, we've eliminated most of the diseases. In some cases, for cancers that have been treated with chemotherapy and radiation, all bets are off. But it usually takes double to 3 times that dose, just because of all the damage the chemo and radiation do to the human cell. It's that they even use that at all is just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's beyond
It basically suffocates cells.
75% effective. 2.75. Hello, go get a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
You know, you got a better chance with a lottery ticket. The cannabis does exactly the opposite. It's about 97% effective.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Huh? You want less than 3 or you want about 97? Now, I mean, the choice is yours. You want to talk about legalities? How much is your life worth to you? And I'm sorry, there's just no other way to look at it. I'm not going to sacrifice my sovereignty over someone else's, butchering my sovereignty. I'm sorry. When it comes to my health and my life, that's mine. Hands off, okay? And you all need to start thinking about that. It's your life. Hands off everybody else, okay? Draw a circle with your fingers extended, your hands extended all the way out. Draw that circle and tell everybody, this is my safe zone. You cannot enter this safe zone but on my permission, okay? And always remember, that's your safe zone. So if they try to impose anything on you, so do you agree with it? Don't agree with it. If you don't agree with it, don't agree with it. Don't practice it. Don't listen to them. That's your prerogative.
I'm going to bring it back for just a second because we were talking about there's different forms of the oil. And so a lot of people are seeing that these oils being sold out there, like the little liquidy dropper ones. They're not talking about the RSO, which is basically hash or tar.
Those are things. That's after the old tincture method. Yeah, some of the tinctures actually work in medicines. I mean, it really doesn't take much because you're creating energy fields, aren't you? That's what you're really doing. You have to stop looking at this as you got compounds. It's very interesting what those compounds do, but the reality is that you're actually only looking at energy fields. Everything in the body doesn't happen at the molecular level. It happens at the atomic level. The energy is exchanged between 2 atoms. That's really what's going on. So the grand illusion, the pharmaceuticals get away with is constantly riding that wave about, they're compounds, they're patentable compounds. It's not the compounds doing the work. The compounds are just a construct of the energy fields that are doing the work. And you see that when you start looking under microscopes at how atoms interact with atoms, from the molecules, the various molecules. It's very interesting. Once you see it, you tend to get a better idea of what's really going on. And that's part of the problem with all debates, that hail out of politics and some of these other fields. Is they're too politically laden, and there's other agendas there, and it's none of it really getting to the bottom of the truth. Just enough truth to keep you, toting along their line. Mm-hmm. The cannabis oils, the differences in the cannabis oils, you're only looking at a concentrated form or diluted. And it's all percentages of diluted. You can add other things to it to enhance it a little bit, add some. Okay, holy anointing oil, okay? What's the recipe for the holy anointing oil? Well, it's about 9 pounds of cannabis. And it's extracted from about 9 pounds of cannabis, 6 to 9 pounds, and it's using what was called the perfumer's method. And and here we're not quite sure if it was the boiling perfumer's method or whether they were actually using some solvents, but we'll get to the bottom of this some way. But that was the old perfumer's method. So they made the cannabis oil out of the perfumer's method. They also used oil of myrrh,
Yep.
oil of frankincense, oil of cassia, which is cinnamon,
Yep.
olive oil, and of course the cannabis oil. There were 5 ingredients in there, 5. And that that amount of cannabis is going to produce about 360 grams. Okay, that's 6 times more the dosages that even Rick Simpson recommends. And it would fill up a 6.5 quart tune, okay? And that whole tune is what you poured over your head, and it allowed to saturate it through your skin. I'm going to do it. But it lends an argument that Christ may not have died on that cross. I'm sorry, folks, but if you understand the pharmacological properties of that much cannabis oil on a human body, it gets very easy to understand that there's possibly no way that man could have died on that cross. First of all, he died in under 12 hours, as it was reported. It normally takes about 72 hours for a fit person. He walked all over. That man was fit. He was taken care of in every house he went to. He was treated as a guest. And as a guest, as a high-esteemed VIP, he was given the best foods of the house. So he always got the best quality foods of the house. And he also did cannabis oil because he was a rabbi. If you look at the history of how these... Okay, the tents of the tabernacle would have a cauldron, like you used to see in the old Looney Tunes movies when you saw the Aborigines dancing around the big cauldron, you know, on the fire. Well, they would fill that thing up with cannabis, right? And they would put hot rocks in there, and they would pour oil on top of it to make it smudge up real quick. That tent was a massive bong, and that smoke burned for hours. Forever how long they were in there, they kept stoking it. So when Moses came out of the tent on the mount and he's shone of gold, well, that's the color cannabis oil is once it's made from the perfumer's method. It has no chlorophyll in it to make it black. Although chlorophyll doesn't harm it in any way, shape, or form, it actually has some benefits to your health too. But it shines gold. So yeah, he came out, and when the sun hit his face, he shone gold. And he also came out of a cloud, didn't he? Well, yeah, that cloud is when he opened that flap, all that smoke came out. It's very easy to understand. And once you understand what's going on, is that then you understand the little secrets they put into the text. Growing in the middle, be planted on both sides of your rivers and growing in the middle of your streets. That's the tree of life in Revelations. Hello, it's all there. You keep looking at it, and it's right in front of your face. So Christ, at the Last Supper, the apostles admonished Christ, the servant woman, right, the servant girl, because she did what? She's poured the expensive oil on his head. And all he says is, no, she does the right thing, and leaves the story there. Nobody questions, well, what was the right thing? That was cannabis oil, folks. It's expensive. Even back in that day, for 360 grams, it's a lot of money. Because the perfumers had to make it, right? It took a lot of bud. It took like 10 pounds of bud. So
Tom's asking.
So first of all, he gets out of the Last Supper's over, and he gets taken through the 12 stations, doesn't he? He doesn't cry out in pain. Well, you do that much oil, neuropathy is pretty much non-existent at that point. So they nail him to the cross. It's the only time he cries out because he's wearing down a little bit. Then they put a spear wound in his rib cage, right, at the bottom lower part of his rib cage. But don't the women take a sponge out of a bucket and dab it on his mouth to let him drink and to wash his wound? Don't they? Take a real close look at that story again. Well, guess what happens with cannabis oil? It mimics blood plasma. And what does blood plasma do? Blood plasma heals and seals wounds. So they sealed the wound. What else does cannabis do? Well, it increases breathing capacity by 30 to 35% in less than about 10 seconds. So if he's been smoking, which he would have as a rabbi if he was doing ceremonial services at the Last Supper, they would have all been smoking because that was part of the ritual. That was the sacred divine plant. And the holy anointing oil was given to all the masters, wasn't it? Because that was the law. So he was on cannabis oil and he was smoking it. He gets up there, he feels no pain. They seal up the hole in his ribs by putting on what? Plasma. And then they take him down. Well, with that dosage, he would probably pass out, if he was a novice, about 5 days in a coma, right? That's the cannabis-induced coma. If he was a regular user, that is every day at those doses, he'd probably only be out for a night. But he was out for 3 days, wasn't he? And then suddenly he was gone. Well, when they took him down there to the tomb, who was waiting for him? Josephus, a rich guy, right? A rich merchant from Israel. And what did he do? He delivered 100 pounds of rare herb. Hello. You know, come on, the clues are sitting there smacking you in the face like dead fish, people. The man was on weed. He was on cannabis. That's how he maintained his entire body the entire time, and then at the end walked away from it, right? And that's what a true prophet does. A true Christ has always walked away from it, believe it or not. If you look at the historical context of the other Christs that came in the different sun periods, right? Every 12 in the cycle of the astrology, right? Well, they come. Every cycle there comes one, and we've got historical documentation to that. They come about every 600 years or so. And he came, but the problem is they all usually live. For some reason they wrote him off as dead. Problem is he was seen 6 more times afterwards, and at one place he broke bread. And I'm sorry, I've been around the world and I have never met a culture where you use the word broke bread and you insulted the host by telling him, no thank you, I don't want to eat your best food that you put out here for me. Are you kidding me? No, the man lived. The man lived way past that, and he disappeared into it all because he already did the work he had to. That was the end game. That's why Judas had to betray him so the whole thing could move forward, and once it moved forward, he had his out. Because what that man did is he violated every false tenet of the Jewish church. He turned over the money lenders, the bankers that use usury, and the rabbis were probably getting a cut off of it, right? So good money for the rabbis. The other part is he used the holy anointing oil, which they claimed was only meant for them, and then later changed and said, well, kings can have it too, when David made sure that they did it, right? Yeah, so suddenly, you know, the scripture takes a little shift, doesn't it, showing you that it's man-made. You read the Sumerian story and you start to find out how man-made these stories are, how many of these stories they convoluted. The original texts are there. We know what Garden of Eden is. We're on it, people. All planets that are terraformed are called Eden. That's a Sumerian word. It's an Anunnaki word. And they go all over the place doing this. And either hydrogen-based or oxygen-based atmospheres. Oxygen-based atmospheres are more diverse in culture and life cultures. Hydrogen are less. That's the way it works. Those are Edens. They're terraformed gardens, entire planets. So we're on the planet Eden. If you want to look for it, open your eyes. You're looking at it. All of it. So we know that he ruined 2 things, and then he also told him the third thing, which basically ended their business practice, didn't it? He told him, you don't need the rabbis. Your communion is directly with, they said God, because Enlil got involved and called himself God, but it really means source, don't they? Source. We all know it's an energy form. We know we were all from the same thing. We know we are one thing. There's no God. We are God. You have to understand that. We are gods. We are God. We are all one thing. We have the power to create. We just have to learn that again, that's all. So that's about my religious part. Now, the cannabis part, that whole debate has to stop. It really has to stop. We have to stop allowing the attorneys to horseplay around with this and steal this entire industry. This industry has been successful. It's one of the most successful industries in this country because it's not regulated, because the government doesn't have its hands on it. Every place they've got their hand on it right now, they're extracting about a 20% or so tax off of it. And that's not including the licensing fees, where the normal person can't even get into this business. And then they have special stipulations to criminal background and blah, 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 on, and all these little horse games that these attorneys like to play so that they can keep control and tabs on this. This needs to go into the farmers' hands, where it started and where it needs to go back to. And once we give it to the farmers, our government by nature will start to decentralize, because it will start to kill the very interested industries that are giving them the power to begin with. It will end banking, it will end forestry, it will end the agricultural chemicals industries, it will end what was the other? The energy I said already. Yeah, but all the major industries are basically the power players in all these major governments, not just ours, but all the major governments, will no longer have a leg to stand on because they've got no resource money to prop up themselves in front of these politicians. The lawyers, I'm sorry, they got to go too. Now, that's a whole different story, because these people are here as foreign agents and they're unregistered. And by law, by congressional law and their charter in 1943, they're required to register as foreign agents. And according to the 13th Amendment, which we have found was in effect and is and should still be in effect, as foreign agents, they have no authority to even be in any government or public position whatsoever. Not the courts, not the legislatures, not anywhere. In fact, at present, they can be picked up and sent out of country as foreign agents working here both treasonously and basically an invading force. And that's what's taking place, people. These are the people you're letting run these debates. All your debates on television, all your issues, all emanate out of this clown force of individual this one individual group, the attorneys. So back to the cannabis. The cannabis oil, it's not for everybody, but I would highly recommend people learning how to get used to it, at least to get through their disease. Afterwards, you'll only need a maintenance dose at best of like 1 grain of rice, a month or a week. I think it is about a week or so. It's not much. In micrograms, it gives you enough nutrient qualities to really do a massive kick to your health. And I've seen it. I mean, we've seen it with cancer patients. We've seen diabetics, diabetes 2, getting ready to go on the needle, and all of a sudden the doctor can't explain that in 10 weeks they lost 40 pounds and their beta cells were all active now. And we found out that the medication that the doctor had given this individual had been recalled because the coating on the outside of the pills that he was paying for wouldn't digest in the gastrointestinal tract. So we knew it wasn't their medicine that had anything to do with it. And that's went on from August until I think finally June the following year. So we know it works with diabetes. We know it works with cancer. We know it works with arthritis. We know it works with vertigo. That's my problem. I've lost weight. I feel perfect. I mean, without changing my diet and without changing exercise, I've managed to lose 35 pounds in the last 3 years. Very slowly, very surely, and I maintained it. I've maintained my weight now for my right height and frame. And I've seen other people this diabetic lost 40 pounds in 8 weeks without changing his diet or his exercise. 40 pounds in 8 weeks by doing nothing but eating a couple of microgram sizes, maybe 2-3 micrograms of cannabis oil every day for 10 weeks. So we've seen huge things happen, huge. And once this gets in the system, it will find things that are wrong that you don't even realize are wrong. It'll also regulate things like your appetite. I noticed when I used to have a habit of going downstairs around midnight because I usually only sleep about 3.5 hours a night anyway, and I've been doing that for about 30-some years. But around midnight, I usually have a hankering for a piece of chocolate. Yeah, so I go downstairs to get my piece of chocolate. Well, it took me about 2 weeks to realize that I hadn't been picking up my piece of chocolate. I've been walking back upstairs with a handful of fruits. It was completely unconscious, and I didn't even realize it was happening for 2 weeks. And the dumbfounded look on my face, well, I'm sure you guys would have liked seeing that. So I'm like, but anyways, I realized that it was making me eat healthier. It was naturally making me choose healthier food. I also noticed that my cognitive abilities enhanced. I mean, they've quadrupled since I've been on this. My memory retention, short-term memory loss, you're supposed to. That's how you cure PTSD. Problem with PTSD is the person dwells in the past and cannot let go, right? That's where depression lives, in the past, doesn't it? Yep. So if you make your memory stop, your short-term memory, and allow your memory just to kind of float around and have fun, guess what happens to your PTSD and depression? Gone. In a matter of weeks to months, it's gone. And that's the way it's supposed to work. You're supposed to forget things. If you remembered everything that went through your ears and your eyes and through your touch and your scent, you'd go insane. You would absolutely go insane because the thoughts would be running through your head. You'd never make sense of them. So you have to have the ability to forget. And this is what happens with these people. Their endocannabinoid systems are defective and they can't forget. So when you reintroduce these nutrients, that ability for the mind to short-term forget is back in play again. And then the depression goes away, the PTSD goes away, etc. So we know that's what's going on. You can let them give you big, long, explanations. We can go into the microbiology if you want, but frankly, I think I'll lose 99% of everybody, and I don't want to work that hard. So I'm going to give it in generic terms. Eat the stuff. It's food. You were meant to eat it. It was made for you. It was a gift from a goddess, okay? And it was Yahweh's wife. So don't turn her down. They don't tend to like us much when we turn down their gifts, okay?
And it's so true because ultimately, like I personally, I've made the RSO oil, but it only lasts for a short amount of time because it is so concentrated. And so what I did is I also made it soaked in coconut oil. And when it's diluted down, I can use more of it and spread it out with my food. I use it on my skin topically.
You're thinning it out. Yeah, you're thinning it out. It's okay. It's okay if you're using it for minor applications or just your small woes. It's not a problem. Like if you have a sore shoulder or have a headache or a sinus problem or you bit your tongue, whatever. The small things, a small scrape or a scratch. Yeah, you can use a little bit of topical. That's not a problem. That's really not a problem. It's very beneficial that way. But when you're going into serious things, now you don't want to play around. You want to get the full dose effect. You want to get the work done as fast as possible, and you don't want to interrupt the work. We've seen cases where they interrupt the work, and then you have to start all over again, and it may not be quite as effective because something has changed, and we're not quite sure what that is. So once you start on your dosage, keep doing it.
Yeah.
That's very important. Keep doing it. And you may not feel the effects necessarily right away, but for addictions, for example, opiate addictions, we've seen those gone in 2 weeks. 2 weeks gone. I've seen two people so far that each of them were taking 10 combination opiates and antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications, and both of them were done in less than 2 weeks. The one fellow, he hadn't had any sleep, real sleep episodes for about 19 years. He was sleeping on average about 8 hours a week. He was skinny as a stick. He was completely high strung and wired. And I mean, he had a functional life, but that was not what he wanted to do. He wanted to be able to sleep. And when he took his first dose, uh, we received a phone call, and basically our phone call was he couldn't believe it. He'd had his first 8 hours sleep in over 19 years, and he was just elated that he could have that one thing. But within 2 weeks, his opiates were gone. He stopped doing opiates. And opiates, we know, damage the neurons, not cannabis, because cannabis is supposed to be there doing that work. Most opiates, what they'll wind up doing is blocking the transmission of calcium between the two neural cells, the two neural halves, right? Well, there's no mechanism to tell it to shut off the calcium production. Well, if that calcium keeps pumping, it's going to keep increased pumping until it burns the cell out. Then what you got left is a hole. And what happens with opiate people that have opiate addictions? They get holes in their head. I'm sure you've all heard this. Spongy areas where entire portions of the brain die off. Opiates are designed to kill you people. It's part of the eugenics program. They know how it functions. That's why they give it people in the last stages of life in elder care. And what do they call that? They've got a fancy little name for it where they take care of you in the end and bring you in cheap beds and, make you as comfortable as possible at home. Hospice, that's what it's called. Yeah, one of the first things they like to do is get you on the opiates, because opiates will eventually fill up your lungs with fluid and you will decease as fast as possible, because they don't want you lingering around, or they can't get your assets that you have to sign over in order to get into these institutions. So take a closer look at what's going on. Cannabis, we've seen cannabis take people out of elder care facilities, people with Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, heart disease, arthritis, you name it. We see them get up the next day or within a week and say, I think I'm done with this garbage. I want to go back home and live my life.
Right.
And that's so beautiful. It's so beautiful to see that. When you see a 2-year-old girl, and the only solution doctors have for rheumatoid arthritis, why a child at 2 is even getting it, and their solution is chemo and radiation, your heart falls out through your bowels. It's like these people are insane. A 2-year-old child does not need to be under radiation and chemotherapy, especially when we know that cannabis can do a much more effective job and does not harm the cells of the child any more than it does any other cell. The whole argument that it does harm is about run its pipe out, and I'm tired of hearing it, because it's absolutely unfounded and completely disproven over and over and over again. Out of 44-some thousand reports, I didn't see any damage anywhere.
Yeah.
A bogus bunch of crap that it always seems to be devised by the DEA or NIDA or one of the other stupid institutions that stand to benefit from it. So, no, this is the tree of life. I couldn't be any more assured that this is a tree of life than had someone laid it in front of me, labeled with a brass plaque, and her name was Asherah herself. And I'm sorry. I've looked at all the historical data that I can find. I've seen enough. I've seen what it does. And I've seen the lies, and it's dragged me down other roads that once you figure out this lie and you see through this truth, it gets kind of easier to see through some of the other lies and recognize what is right and what is wrong between these arguments. But once you realize that everything is being framed for us, every argument under debate presently at hand today, in the past, and probably in the near future, is devised by Crown attorneys, okay? Get them out of the game, send them back where they belong, and you'll get your government back, you'll get cannabis back, you'll get your monetary system back, you'll get everything back, and you'll find humanity blossom for the first time ever.
So here's a quick question. So Lisa, we've been discussing how to make it. As far as where to get it, I mean, there's so many people out there selling it, and for me personally, it's a lot of research to figure out who's a reliable source, who has the best available stuff. I personally,
Some of you are going to be lucky. Some of you have kids. Ask your kids.
right?
It's no different now than it was when we were in high school in the 70s, when about 70 to 90% of the general population was consuming cannabis, believe it or not. They'll tell you low numbers, but they're full of it. They're just full of crap because we did our own statistics and we found out that's way off base. We're talking numbers that probably approach close to 90% of the American population was consuming cannabis in the 1970s. That any of us stopped is insane. We should have
Oh,
kept on doing it, and we probably have outlived most of the others.
you know what? Actually, I've heard that wow, women of weed or women, what is it called? There's an organization that's called WOW, especially
There's so many. Women on weed or women of weed, I'm not sure.
because what it has to do with
There's a few.
people who have cancer and need to get access to it. If you do a lookup for WOW online, I don't know the details. There's so many different organizations out there, but this one I know I've heard of before. It's supposed to be able to help you find.
There are a lot of organizations. You simply have to go onto Facebook. You simply have to go onto Facebook. There are so many people that are open about this on Facebook. So many organizations that are trying to, amass information in one solid place. But
you got to just research.
I only recommend everybody be careful in light of what they heard today. That a lot of these are being framed a certain way. You have to be careful of who's trying to pull you in what direction, and you don't need to be pulled in any direction. There's nothing divisive about this plant or the nature of this plant. This plant cannot harm you unless a ton of it falls on your head from an airplane 30,000 miles up. It's the only way. You might slice yourself on some fiber, but that's it. You will not die from this plant, from ingesting this plant. There's no way you could ever ingest enough to die from it. It's simply impossible to do. Even children, the whole debate about children is horse crap. They're talking about malformed frontal lobes. Did anybody bother to look at the research a little bit better? Because actually what's happening there is those brain cells, those lines of communication are now suddenly more efficient in children. They're shorter, yes, they take up less space, but they'll grow into it over time. It leaves more time for it to grow. Like I said, those are more efficiently created. So it requires less of them and less distance between them, which is what makes them more efficient. So if you look at it from that perspective, you start to understand where the lie is about the smaller brain mass, being somehow indicative of something wrong. No, that's not what's happening at all. They try to scare us about how it affects the reproductive system in younger kids. And that's all horse crap too, because I've never seen anybody damaged by it. And in pregnancy, they talk about not doing it. Well, there you're wrong again, because Nancy Dreher, an astute researcher, was in Jamaica for 5 years because it's the only place she could do it and find enough people to do it with. And she found 21 subjects. 10 of them were the control group. They were non-smokers. And then mothers who did, there were 11. But the mothers smoked before, during, and after pregnancy. And breastfeeding, you got to be reminded, in Jamaica is about on average 36 months. Okay? Some of you mothers that want to stay home 3-4 years, please do, because it's probably much more beneficial for your children long-term in their health and in their development. That said, they found that the children of mothers who smoked before, during, and after, well, let's see, they were less colic, they teased easier, they slept better, they were more socially engaged earlier, they walked and talked earlier. Every parameter you try to test children for at that young age, they excelled in. As opposed to the test group, the other group. And then she went back. She did this for 5 years. And by end of 5 years, she saw no discernible medical differences or health differences between the two groups. She actually went back 10 years after the study, and she went and she visited with some of the people, and she still didn't see any marked difference between those children. So the health benefits overall for childhood were much more phenomenal for the kids whose mothers smoked and didn't than they were for the kids whose mother didn't smoke. It's totally the backwards of what you would think. Totally counterintuitive. But if you put this into all school lunches, all prison lunches would be an easy one, because they're actually allowing some of them. I think it's in Switzerland or one of the European countries is allowing cannabis consumption in their jails and prisons, and they're seeing a market effect on their prisoners there. Calms them down, huh? That's exactly what you want with that type of population. And it also helps alleviate a lot of the problems that they have medically. So jails, schools, nursing facilities, hospitals, and at home. Once you get it on the plate again, I'm going to tell you, 95% of all hospitals and medical institutions will have to close their doors. They will have no choice. They will no longer have clients.
So again, Susan, for example, she's asking how's the best way to use it for helping her kidneys. And I'm going to tell you, it's pretty much everything he's been saying about taking it in the RSO form, which is tar, or known as hash oil. That's really what it is. It's the thickest tar. It becomes black when you process it, like with the rice cooker.
That's if you use, it becomes black. It strips chlorophyll off the plant if you use alcohols. Alcohols, some of the solvents don't do that. Naphtha, for example, won't remove any of the chlorophyll, and you'll get a gold one. Butane does the same thing, but there's some inherent dangers with butane. We don't recommend kids do it because it's too easy to blow up in their hands. It's happened. Okay, so they get it too close to a flame with that amount of butane coming out. That's very ignitable. So, I mean, it's a matter of taste, really, because in the end, you're still going to have 95% THC, and that's where you want to go, because that's the number one cannabinoid in that plant is THC. That's why it's going to be in such high proportions, up to newer plant hybrids, hybrid species up to 34%. I think they've done it Tikkun Olam in Israel. Israel is interesting. Dr. Raphael Meshalom, we've been paying him, or I think NIDA or one of the agencies, drug agencies, has been paying him for about the last 40 or more years a salary of somewhere between $130,000 and $170,000 to continue researching on cannabis. But they wouldn't allow it here. So Israel's been leading the fight on this, or the research on this, and they also have an organization called Tikkun Olam, which in the Aramaic or Hebrew means heal the world. And that's their major growing facility, and that's where they do hybridizations and all kinds of other things. It's where they prepare the oils and the topicals and blah, blah, blah. And a couple other countries are actually using that as a secondary resource. I think Croatia, who just legalized medical, they also wrote in their law that where they can be supplied from, and they included Tikkun Olam as one of the organizations that could do that for them, one of the international ones. So they have another source. But the point is they've been doing massive research there. In Italy, they've been doing it for decades. In Spain, at the Complutense University, Madrid, under Guzman and Gomez, Sanchez, Maria Sanchez and Manuel Guzman, I think is his name. Those two have done phenomenal research, and they're the ones that were showing that it kills cancer. I mean, they've been doing that for about 10, 15 years ago they discovered that. But we've known about it. Other researchers have stumbled on bits and pieces of it, but they kind of stopped their research because they were discouraged from doing it. We knew in 1973 or 4 with University of Virginia medical study that it kills all breast cancer types, including the really bad one, the Philadelphia gene mutation. The pharmaceutical companies have nothing that can touch that. We know that in ischemia, that is in strokes, it alleviates up to 95% of the damage, neural damage, and the best of pharmaceuticals can give you is 2%. Cannabis, 97, pharmaceuticals, 2%. Really? I mean, is this debatable anymore? Anybody that's sitting on the fence, I beg you, go do some reading, because you're wrong. If you're sitting on the fence, you're wrong. If you're on the opposition, you are dead wrong, and you're doing something very, very dangerous. Once you understand the total dynamics of this debate, you will understand why it's dangerous to hold that position. That position is causing genetic defect in the entire race of humans, okay? And not only humans, we're going to see it slowly start to develop across the rest of the plant life, or animal life, too. It needs to be reconsidered.
This is to give people information. We have no debate here. So that's the good thing. We're soaking in all your good juices tonight. And so, Robert, Tom is asking what you know about unicorns. What you know about unicorns? Anything?
I never met one.
You haven't met one yet?
Never met one.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
have you?
They did exist, though.
Tom, have you met a unicorn yet?
What was it? I didn't hear you. Broke up.
No, I'm good. Oh, I think my niece just came on. Hi, Anna.
Awesome.
Right. Anyway, I'll take some more questions. I think I'll kind of leave it there at that. There's a lot of information I could cover. We're in the process of writing a book right now. The table of content alone is over 50 pages, so this is going to be a formidable work.
Yeah.
We're looking at probably 3 volumes and breaking it down into 3 different subcategories. One would be the historical religious aspect. One would be the quote medicinal nutritive aspect, and the other one will be the industrial aspects. Those all 3 of those topics tie in, and you'll see how this Anna, stop it, and you'll see how they all tie in. It also touches on a lot of different topics too, like how to decentralize government through this. Frankly, a lot of the industries that are supporting them are going to have to go, and we've known that for a while. We didn't think we had a way to do that, but this is the way to do that. For example, every acre of agricultural land that's developed under cannabis has the potential of producing upward 800 gallons of fuel-grade oil. Okay, with a specific enzyme that shoots up to 1,800 gallons of fuel-grade oil per acre. Okay, most of your farmers today are not doing 100 acres or 50; they're doing several thousand. So you're talking about a huge profitable market for them. Plus, the bast material, that is the fibers, the bast and the ret, is a natural resource, and you can make almost anything out of it, from composites of plastic, see-through plastic, solid hard impact plastics. You can build your entire house, plumbing and everything, out of hemp material. That is a fireproof house that will last about 1,000 years. It also has microbial activity, antimicrobial activity, that also absorbs and locks in carbon dioxide and emits oxygen, so it actually breathes for you. The list just goes on, and it's frankly, the more you learn about this, you just have to laugh and go, these people are insane. Anybody that doesn't understand this, you're insane, because this answers so many of our problems, the questions that we have. In and of itself, this one plant does that. It's just fundamentally amazing. It will stop 90% of the nonsense that's being foisted on us by these idiots.
So Laura,
but the fuel grade oil, now the fuel produced from this doesn't burn CO2 or SO2. That means your engine after 500,000 miles won't have a lick of carbon buildup on it anywhere, which means your engines are going to last longer, huh?
Yeah.
Going to last much longer and much more efficiently burning. You get better fuel mileage per the gallon, and you don't pollute the atmosphere. Of course, we have other devices that are doing that now too, that are run purely off water.
Better off.
And they do work. We've seen them work. They do work. So they're not hard to put together. In fact, the plasma technology, we have devices that increase fuel performance and quite considerably too. Elon Musk is going to have a run for his money because his technology is already antiquated.
Mm-hmm. So, Laura, you're asking about different laws, and here in Florida, they did legalize it for medicinal use. But see, the biggest problem is it's still considered a federal offense, even though the states have legalized. And the problem is the federal agencies can also try to give you a hassle, which they've already proven if you watch what's going on around in other states. I mean, people who have
this is how
businesses.
Lana, this is how absurd the DEA is. They're trying to tell us that any compound that comes out of cannabis is a Schedule 1. There's a problem with that because all 49 essential nutrients that the USDA tells us we require are also in this plant, which basically means that all your nutrients are now Schedule 1.
That's what they're.
I'm sorry. That's just bizarre. That's how bizarre this entire debate is.
Yeah.
They have just told us, they have just declared that all our essential nutrients are now classed Schedule 1 narcotics with no medicinal or health benefits, and they're addictive.
Well, and in some states like Massachusetts, even though they legalized it for recreation and you can grow your own and everything, they still put it on the books so you still got to wait another year before it can go into effect. So they're trying to keep it in the loophole so that you still have issues in getting it. But don't worry, patience.
Are you kidding?
It will end up working.
My home state, Maryland, is a law for years, and they have yet to dispense. And they've decriminalized down to 10 grams. But frankly, 10 grams is not economically feasible with somebody that has a little bit of extra cash flow. Why would I spend an exorbitant amount of money on something that I can buy at a larger bulk, and save myself a reasonable amount of money, knowing full well that I'm going to be using it in a short amount of time?
Yeah.
I know on the street level, for example, a quarter pound goes for give or take about $500 on the street. In these dispensaries, about $280 an ounce. So you're talking about $360, you're talking about $720 plus for that quarter pound.
Yeah.
Why would I spend another $200 on a quarter pound if I can get it for $200, almost $300 less? That's insane, especially if I'm sick. If I'm ill, why am I being forced to spend all that money? This stuff should be free.
Yeah.
If they gave it back to the farmers, if they gave this back to the farmers, look at the economy, how it's structured, how the agricultural economy is structured. That bushel of cannabis, just the tops, would be roughly about, give or take 30, no more than $20 probably. I'd say, because corn and beans, if you look in relationship to that per bushel, you're talking between $7 and $13. So realistically, about $10 a pound, or I'm sorry, a bushel, not a pound, a bushel. $10 a bushel, and you can probably get about 10 pounds out of that. That brings it down to about 10 cents a pound. That's the horse game they're playing.
Going back to questions, because we don't want to really harp on that stuff. I mean, we know, we're really well aware of all the irony of things being, I mean, we could really go into it, but it's really not, to talk about the problem doesn't give us a solution. So what are the health effects on mitochondria and
the solution,
Susan's going on?
The reason I bring it up because the debate is still on at the legislative level.
We know that.
And if we're going
That's irrelevant.
But if we're going into the debate at legislative levels and we're talking about medical and recreational, when that's really not what the debate is about, then we're allowing them to lead the debate, right? And we have to stop letting them lead the debate. So everybody has to be informed so that when they go to their legislatures and they make these phone calls, ask them, it's like, well, wait a minute. Why are you doing it this way instead of the way it should be done? And if people don't know that's the way it should be done, then they're not going to be able to express that to their legislators, are they? They're not going to be able to rally around that cry either. The way this debate is going in completely the wrong direction. And the end result is going to be you're going to have more regulatory policy behind this, and none of it based in science. None of it is based in the science. They have to start basing their debate on the science. And that bridge hasn't been crossed yet. It needs to be crossed. It's very fundamentally critical that it gets crossed, because if we do that, we can help everybody. Everybody gets helped. Right now, they've already broken it down. They only want to help the ones that are sick. Well, what about those who have damaged DNA that don't have any effects in this lifetime, but those effects will be felt in the next generation? You know, what about us? What about those of us that have small infirmities that could be alleviated and even reversed? You know, how about those? But we don't make the criterion of medical, you follow me, which has to be certain debilitating diseases in certain jurisdictions. The whole argument is completely fraught with nothing but pitfalls, because people aren't understanding the fundamental of what is really going on, and that's only happening because they refuse to read the research. You read the research, and you will by yourself come to your own. Some of you will see things pretty much the way I've explained them to you. But the problem, like I say, the problem is nobody's bothering to research this. Nobody's bothering to simply sit down and read it.
And that's the bottom line. It's powered back to the people means you need to actually get informed and do your research and know your rights, know the real true root behind the rules. I mean, a lot of what people think is assumed or just accepted as hearsay, which isn't real. You know, that's what it boils down to.
Well, medical gives their argument legitimacy. In order to take the legitimacy away from their argument, you have to make them stop calling it what it's not. It's not medicine. It really isn't. If you simply eat this every day, you won't get sick. You don't eat it, you will get sick. And that's the way it seems to be the way it's going.
So going back to the helpful effects on the mitochondria in the lungs, Susan, I don't know if you missed that part. We've kind of been touching upon that the whole time, because it is repairing the DNA.
In one disease alone, and I don't recall which disease exactly, we found that almost every time it repairs that DNA at 19 specific locations, and nothing else does. Nothing else that you eat does that. And we know that delta-9 is the one that does it. It comes into the cell through the CB1 receptor site, and boom, goes straight for the DNA, and boom, starts knocking out these 19 cell locations, one right after the other. Doesn't even hesitate. Goes right straight to them, fixes them, done, out of the cell, completed, breaks down into other compounds, gets digested by the system, and done. So I'm sorry, these are genetic repairants. Delta-9, yeah, you get a little bit of high, but you know what? How many of you go out and drink? Really? You're destroying your brain cells. You're destroying your pineal gland. You're destroying your liver, your kidneys, your pancreas, your bladder. Everything is getting destroyed by this. It's a desiccant. You might as well eat a ton of salt every time you go out, because it's exactly what you're doing with alcohol. You're drying your cells out at the cellular level, and you're wreaking havoc in the way of damage in genetics and everything else. Cannabis doesn't do that. Cannabis is meant to do the opposite, and that's exactly what it does when it reaches the cell level. And that's what we're seeing in all these reports. Go look. Go look at these reports. Read between the lines. Where they raised a little bit of an alarm, keep reading. Listen to the alarm, but keep reading, and that's what I did. You keep reading, and you'll finally have it explained in other studies what they were seeing back there and couldn't identify because it wasn't really the center of their study evaluation. You follow me? It was just a side effect that they saw out of the study, or side consequence they saw. They touched on it, they reported it, and then they walked away from it. When you see the other groups that did do the research, you'll find exactly what happened was they discovered it, they looked at it specifically, and they said, okay, let's see what it's really doing, and when they did, they found out it was beneficial. Okay, and that's what we're seeing almost across the board with this research.
Yep. And the thing is, like Susan's asking, eating it for the benefit of the kidneys, and really it's ultimately the benefit of the entire body, because what it does is it attaches the receptors and it harmonizes all throughout. It's not like you can target one area anyway, because if one is out of balance, that means something else is out of balance. So when it enters your body, it's gonna basically go through like the scales and shift everything the way it needs to be shifted. This is what people don't understand, that we tend to supplement, but we never stop to think of, if one thing is off, it means something else is off. The whole organism is in balance and harmony. That's why I always tell everybody to come back to the breath. It boils down.
That's right.
The breath is going to be the best way to alkalize your blood, oxygenate it, boost your immune system, revitalize the entire system. I mean, because that's what it is. Now, when we start introducing other things, then you have to consider whether or not you're trying to treat one area, because you can never isolate one area. When you're out of balance, you have to the whole body.
When you start getting into the plasma technology, you understand that the body is one network of balance. It's all these tiny energy packets that are coming out of a central packet, and they're all produced by that central packet. You'll understand that they have a relationship with with each other that keeps them in a natural state of balance. It's the effects we're getting from the stimulus from outside of our bodies and our own emotions, which I said, causes 95% of our infirmities, is actually our emotions. It knocks things off balance because we haven't come to grips with how we handle our emotions. Most of us don't know how to handle our soul or understand where it is or have been able to identify it. Once you identify where that puppy's at, you realize it's completely disconnected from your emotions. You've got complete control over every one of your emotions. You actually choose them in the moment that you have them. And sometimes some of you will catch yourselves doing that in moments of anger or even in elated moments. You'll catch that you're actually forcing it out more. And that means that you have total control of it. You'll keep trying to build on it. We've seen this in escalation in domestic violence, where the individual is cognitive of what they're doing. At all moments they're cognitive of their want to escalate it. So that means they're totally aware of that emotion. They just haven't been taught how to recognize that's what's going on. And once you teach them how to recognize that, you find very quickly that they learn how to adjust it. That is, how to control it. So we know that the balance is there. We know these are energy balances. These are all created by energy fields. And we have total control from our soul of all these energy fields within our body. Every science, the yoga science, the Ayurvedic sciences, most of your shamanic sciences, all those, the esoteric sciences, they all touch on this energy idea. And it's not just an idea. We're actually seeing it in the laboratories now.
So she had asked if eating was better than smoking, and we did touch upon that already. Eating is the best.
Eating is always better. Smoking, the heat is too high and it destroys the compounds. Simple as that. Your flames, your hot temperatures of up to 700 degrees will destroy that material in an instant. You may get some remnant vapors from it, normally THC, because it's so high in quantity in the plant to begin with. It's the major constituent, single major constituent in that plant. So, yeah, you're going to get a high on THC. But actually, even there with the THC, you're burning up about 95% of it because the temperatures are simply too high. Eating it is where you get the full effect. It's eating it. It's a food. It's a food. It's the tree of life. It is meant to sustain you in all your days. Okay? That's what the word says. Listen to it. They're not lying about that part.
Yeah. Well, and Hippocrates, when he was saying, let thy food be thy medicine and thy medicine be thy food, he was saying you don't need medicine, period. Like what you're saying. It really goes back to return to the roots. Go back to the fruits of the
Roots. This Eden was designed to sustain us for a lot longer than we're living right now. We just have to understand we got to get back into Eden again. We've got to understand that we're in Eden. We need to take care of her. And we need to understand all the benefits she gives us, from the sun above, from the air around us, to the earth beneath our feet, and even the water that we jump into time to time. It's all there for our benefit. It all serves our purpose. It all keeps us in balance. Walk barefoot, people. Get out of those rubber insulative shoes. You have to do that. You have to go out and get the fresh air. Get about 15 minutes of sunlight. Get all day sunlight if you have to, but at least get 15 minutes of sunlight every day. Even if you're not a smoker and work in a factory, go outside. That's where you belong. Remind your body how it's supposed to work. It depends on all those various energies to be in tune at certain times of day through rhythmic clocks, etc. You have to go out there and take advantage of it, or it can't function.
My favorite way to eat it is in my chocolates, my homemade chocolates.
And I'll eat it directly. I'll eat it in your chocolates. I don't care.
Sometimes I use the coconut oil infused and just use it like one of my favorite things to eat. Sweet potatoes mashed with avocados, a little bit of herb and spice, some lemon juice.
Good thing I had dinner. Okay. Any more questions down here, people? Go ahead and ask.
Yeah, please ask away. This is just amazing. I know everybody's really benefiting from all of this. Everybody's like, wow, this is a lot. This is one of our best sessions yet. I have a whole lot of questions because I want to ask about GANS, but if you have cannabis questions, please ask them, because I don't want to take from what may be out there still. Can you make it without my house stinking for days? Of course, Anna. The way I make it, mine smells and tastes like buttered toast. But some of my other friends and other stuff I've smelled and tasted, it smelled and tasted like bong water, like gross.
Well, it depends on what their original material is and how they produced it, if they produced it right or not. I mean, it could have been bong water, as far as you know. That's the problem about getting it off, dispensed off the streets. I mean, I've been all over the West now. I've been into every one of the states that has legal, medical, and recreational, and I've tried their products in so many of the dispensaries over the course of the last 6-7 months. And frankly, I'm glad it's available. But as so far as quality, I mean, even with their testing, their lab testing, I'm not seeing any RSO or any kind of oils that are above this, around the 70-80% mark. They need to be at 95. And the only way you're going to do that is you're going to do that at home. Really, that's the only way you're going to do it. Do it at home. Follow Rick Simpson. Rick Simpson, like I say, he's an absolute saint, and he's a crusader in this. He's the one that got the message out, and he's the one that first alarmed me to it, because he reminded me of the 1974 study at the University of Virginia. And I mean, I was so disturbed when I first found out about this. I lost 3 relatives. I lost my uncle, our youngest. I lost my cousin, and I lost my father, all between June and February of 1 year. And all 3 of them had cancer. And had I known about this, I can almost guarantee you all 3 of them would still be with me today. And to have to live with that, and knowing why that was and who was defaulted for having been this way, it has really, really infuriated me, to the point where I can do nothing but research this and find out what the hell is going on. Yeah. So that's what I did. I embarked on it. I found out, and it was so alarming that I decided, you know what, if I'm an activist, even though I work for the Department of Defense, and there's not really the job you want to be taking on working for Department of Defense, a cannabis activist. And it's very dangerous, because you've got it in your system, because guess what? When you research this, you finally realize, you know what, to hell with the idiots. It's my health. I only live once. I've got 1 shot, and I'll be alive. But, if I had it their way, I'd probably be on their medications, destroying my brain tissue, and still probably getting bouts of vertigo, or who knows what other symptoms that's going to give me. And frankly, I'm not going down that road. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do that.
Now, okay.
But I would be careful. I'll be careful about the quality. I really would, because even the dispensaries, I'm just not satisfied with what I see there. It works. You'll need more, but it's not the best. It's really not the
And when
best.
I was testing myself and I was reaching out to places, I got one little vial for $25, tiny little vial, and I'm like, what did it do for me? It did nothing, and I'm
Well,
off on it.
yeah, the average right now is about $50 to $70 a gram, which is a milliliter. And frankly, that's you could probably do cheaper doing it with street level stuff, and you could probably, well, if you grew it yourself, you can definitely do it cheaper than that. Uh, Seeds are going for on average about a dozen for somewhere between $20 and $60, and most of them, a lot of them you can get feminized, which means you got a higher ratio of females coming, which is what you want. You want unfertilized female plants, and the, we just have to keep pushing these governments and waking them up. Just telling them it's like, oh, wait a minute, these are nice little arguments. This is a nice framing of the debate, but we know different now. We actually looked at the research, and that's why I tell everybody, you have to start looking at this research and taking it much more seriously, because the debate is in the research, not in these legal activities. These legal activities will fall by the wayside once you all understand what's really going on, because then they won't be able to pull these lies on you. Okay, and that stretches not only in this field, in this issue, in this debate, but also in all the other debates. Once you figure out from this debate how it is they're lying about this and have been lying about this, it's very easy to transfer that knowledge and that wisdom over to all the other issues that they are bamboozling us with garbage with. You follow me? You'll be
Yeah.
able to cut them off at the pass and say, no, sorry, that doesn't work.
I got a bunch of questions lined up I want to touch upon. So, Huddy, I need clarification on the question you're asking, because I think there was a typo. It says, do you think about CBD oil bike from my body? I don't know what you mean by bike from my body. And then
CBD oil is good, but that's part of that framing of that debate. They frame CBD as being the safe cannabinoid.
yeah.
Truth of the matter is, it doesn't do the same work as THC does. THC by far is the workhorse. That's why there's so much of it. That's why your body produces the number one endocannabinoid, anandamide, in such huge quantities, because it's the workhorse. In fact, THC, when it's ingested, slows down anandamide production, slows it down. Tells the body to take a rest because it's overstressed. Say, okay, cells, rest. You don't need to make anandamide. We're here to take care of this. And then when it's taken care of, it hands it back over to anandamide.
Yeah.
It's a very, very sophisticated plant. These compounds are very, very sophisticated compounds. And their signaling system is unique. It's a very unique signaling system. It's a chemical signaling system. They know what's going across the entire body at any given point in time. These things, through their signaling system, there's like a hive of ants. They know what's happening on one end to the other at all given times. So it's if they're needed somewhere, they immediately react and they go there.
Yeah.
That's the unique thing about these. And that in itself should wake people up. It's like, whoa, what is this stuff doing? You know what I mean? It's like going right straight to it. It doesn't. We don't even know it's there, and it's already going to it. It will find disease as it's starting. It will end it before it becomes a disease. Simple as that. That's why the longevity factors are there. That's why the health factors are there. Bamayao, China, they only eat proliferous amounts of seed, hemp seed, right? They make gruel, bread, and snacks out of it. These snacks they eat in the fields when they work out in their agriculture, right? These people live to be, on average, 115 to 125 years with virtually zero disease throughout their community.
Yep.
That's just a seed, which means they're only activating their endocannabinoid system. If they were eating the whole plant, something else would start to happen. They would probably live up to be about 175 years, and we've seen that in historical records too. We have seen it. So we know it happens, and we know why it happens now.
So how much cannabis would one need to take daily for someone who's done chemo and radiation to heal the body?
That's always a horrible one. We know already through some of the research that's only recently come out that chemo and radiation actually spreads cancer cells, and actually the healthy cells will slough off a protein that protects the cancer cell. We also know there's mutations in the receptor sites of the cancer cell, so that when it comes again, chemo will no longer attach itself to it. So we know that system of quote, end quote, medicine is the most bogus lie there is. It was only ever intended for, I think, 5 different cancers, and now they're using it on everything. Radiation on all the cancers, radiation on things like rheumatoid arthritis. I mean, seriously, we already know it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. Why do you keep bothering us with this nonsense when we already have things that do work? And all throughout the holistic medicine world, we see these things that work. Ty Bollinger, for example, with his video series, went around the world looking for these things. Researchers out of the University of Pennsylvania 30, 40 years ago were talking to shaman and generated a massive amount of information that was, of course, kept from the general public. You've got a slew of people out there that are trying to inform you that people wake up.
But these are people who want to know, what can I do if I was on radiation? It's irrelevant that we know it was bad. I was given back.
If you're on radiation, what happens is you've caused a lot. That's caused a lot of damage. And what we've seen mostly is it's going to take quite a bit more. We're talking about what normally was a 90-day cure, now can shoot up to 180 days plus. So you're talking about a half a year to a year. You're talking about 3 and 4 times more cannabis oil. So of course your cost has gone up. But there's, like, again, there's only one way you can look at it. Do you want to live, or do you want to suffer this? You know, I mean, it really is that fundamental a question. And we're seeing that. The evidence is telling us that. So it's not a question anymore. You already see it. So once you get the thing cured and you keep doing your maintenance doses, I mean, all bets are off with chemo and radiation. We don't know how much damage they've done on you. You know, we don't know exactly what compounds were used. You know, we don't know the nature of the cancer, any of that. All those are variables, and it all determines the outcome. But we do know that usually with chemo and radiation, it's going to require quite a bit more cannabis oil to affect any good healthy changes, because now it's tasked with doing the repairs too. Yeah. It's tasked with the repairs that have occurred with the chemo and the radiation. And it's pretty massive.
Add to that, we haven't even touched upon the GANs, but I would also add to that, like the brown seaweed that Debbie just mentioned. So seaweed is also good for pulling out a lot of that radiation. That is just one small thing you can reintroduce to your life, while the cannabis is going to help to rebuild your system, your endocrine.
Cannabis will also remove radiation. We know it removes radiation out of the soil, but most people don't realize that the standard fertilizers used, the 10-10-10, has phosphorus in it. And that phosphorus comes from pretty much the same veins that uranium comes from. So it's already radioactive. Our fields have been contaminated for the better part of more than a half a century now with these damn pollutants, and people don't realize you're already eating irradiated material. You've already been doing it your entire life. Cannabis will not only clean that out, but it'll also clean that soil content out too. It'll lock it up and make it inert. That is, it will no longer be radioactive. Same thing it does when it takes SO2, sulfur dioxide, and carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. It locks up the carbon and the sulfur, and then it emits the oxygen 4.5 times more than any other plant on the planet. Consumes 3.5 to 4.5 times more CO2 and SO2, and releases 3 to 4.5 times more O2 into the environment. You talk about a set of lungs. Get rid of the fallow fields, which are 12 million, and get rid of the cornfields, which are low in nutrition and high in carbon footprint, and you've got 50 million acres of forest cleaning, that is brush cleaning our atmosphere, brush cleaning our soils and our water again, right? And here in the state of Maryland, we have a unique problem. We have a lot of coastline. We have over 1,000 miles of coastline in the state of Maryland. And one of the ongoing debates is trying to get the farmers to give up more of their land for buffer zones between the estuaries and the fields. Well, here's something interesting about cannabis. Cannabis as an agricultural product can be laid in the same field for 3 consecutive seasons before it has to be rotated, which means if they've implemented a plan such as, requiring farmers to plant hemp for the acre land surrounding estuaries, an entire acre instead of, I think it's like 20 feet that are required by law right now in the state, and is totally inadequate. But you put an entire acre up there for 3 years in a row, and even if you lay it fallow for that 4th year, you have still done an amazing amount of work to filter out pollutants before they reach the estuaries. Mm-hmm. And the farmer gets to keep his land as productive land, building him value added to his crops. Because now he's got raw resource materials for all kinds of different materials, from composites to oil to clothing to you name it. Blue jeans last 4 times longer made out of hemp material, and your shirts do too. A lot of them can be hand-me-downs if you wash them right, and they can be as soft as cotton. They can be made as soft as silk. You can do anything with cannabis you can do with any other material, including steel.
Mm-hmm.
They even have consideration for electronic components, non-toxic.
So Lori's asking.
It's all kinds of.
So Lori is asking
Go ahead.
about people with brain damage, if there's any indication that the CBDs help to heal the neurotransmitter connections within the neuropath.
No, no, that's not CBD's
That's
job.
THC.
That's Delta 9's job.
Yep, that's THC, people.
That's THC that does repairs. The tissue repairs is THC, not CBD. CBD doesn't even directly interact with the receptor site.
Yep.
It kind of tickles the bottom of it. That is, it permits activity prior to the receptor being contacted to take place. So it never gets up to the receptor. It never slips inside the cell. So it can't affect any repairs.
Right.
You follow me? It's a symptom reliever.
Yeah.
So if it's got a headache, it may regulate, the amount of pressure that's going through. But it's not going to fix what creates the headache. Yeah? So we know it helps. We do know it helps remove plaques, for example, victims of Alzheimer's, right? It removes those plaques, those fatty plaques, those calcified plaques and stuff. That's what CBD helps do. But does it affect the cell itself? Not directly, no.
Yeah.
It's not how it functions. So see, that's where that debate is a non-debate. They work hand in hand 1,000 times better than apart. CBD take care of some of the symptoms and remove some of the exterior material. THC gets in the cell and does the cell damage repairs. Both of them together makes a pretty nice combination. Get rid of your symptoms and get it repaired.
Okay, so Susan's saying, so the THC should be ingested versus CBD for any type tissue healing and repair. Well, here's what most people.
Both of them.
It's
all cannabinoids. All of them.
They're handed.
All of them.
It's just that.
It's like you were saying. Once an inflammatory process starts in the body, it affects other processes.
Yeah.
Those other processes are then going to require other compounds because those other processes are regulated by other compounds. So you want all of them. That's why whole plant extract is so beneficial to conquering disease, because it takes the entire portfolio, and then the portfolio is intelligent enough to decide what to repair.
Well, and Lori just asked.
Do you understand the B vitamins? The B complex vitamins, right? They have to be in a certain ratio, right?
Yeah.
It's not 1 on 1 on 1 on 1 on 1. It's basically a ratio, a specific ratio. And if you have too much of a certain B vitamin, the body rejects it. It doesn't use it because it doesn't have the other complementary B vitamins to actually use it, right? And if you're deficit in one of the B vitamins, that means all the other ones are peaked out, and you're not going to be able to use that peak part of it. You'll be able to use the balance part, but not the peak part of the energy.
Yeah.
So you got to think now. The B complexes are found in cannabis. That's an entourage effect.
Well,
all the compounds in cannabis work under the entourage effect. That means they all require each other to do the job correctly. They may be efficient in some aspects of it, but to do it correctly, you want all of them there.
Well, and I want
once inflammation takes place, all bets are off.
Because what's happened in this country is, as a result of the legalization of the CBD, is that they're pushing just one aspect. So people are out there hybridizing only CBD rich strains versus the full THC. So they're reducing, but you want the higher THC. You want the plant not hybridized. You want the actual heirloom of the cannabis plant, because you want to extract.
You probably do, but we're not so sure about that, because what we're seeing is when you hybridize the plant and you readjust the balance of the compounds, they seem to readjust in some of the same fashion every time. Like we see it with THC and CBD almost always. If the THC goes up, CBD goes down. If the CBD goes up, the THC goes. There's some what do you call that, inverse function taking place there. It's just, we don't quite know what that is, but seems to be an inverse function going on. So I'm only going to venture a guess on this, but from the few things that I've seen, it seems like all of them do that. They tend to readjust their balance somehow, and I wish somebody would get on that, but that would be an extensive piece of work, because you are dealing with 520 compounds. You know, you're not just taking THC and testing it out, or CBD, or just the cannabinoids. You're testing all the compounds in
Yeah.
there. So we know
Mark
there's phytos. Go
He's
ahead.
asking though, because this is what I'm trying to be clear on. The process to extract and pull out the CBD that a lot of them are out there doing also takes out the THC. But how are they separating the two? Is really a good question.
That's not the way. That's not. They're not extracting. They're not separating them necessarily. What they're doing is they're hybridizing these plants. The plants do the separation, and what they do is they try to get a higher quality CBD. Now they do have an extraction method to get one that's predominantly or CBD and very low in THC. You got to remember CBD and another compound in the root mitigates a lot of that high effect of THC.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's selling roots on the market. In fact, there's only a few people that are actually researching it. And when I was out in Oregon, I got touched bases with some people that had been to a seminar, and I need to get the information from them still and some of the work material. I'd like to review that material myself. But we do know that there's a lot of compounds that aren't even on the discussion table yet. They need to be brought out too, because we're talking about 130 cannabinoids, and they only want to talk about 2. Hello, there's another 128 there that are doing something also, and it's equally important. CBN works with your bone. I mean, that's pretty structurally important. So where's the debate on CBN? I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing CBD all over the map because these rich boys out in Colorado had the right connections in the media, and they went on out there and they said, oh, we developed this plant. Well, you know what? Ruderalis is high in CBD. Hello, it's not that complicated, you know, to produce this high CBD plant. But the problem is we know that historically, and even back in the old Aramaic days, all the way back to Sumeria, for example, they were purposely hybridizing cannabis for high THC content. We already know that for a fact. And the temples, they were using a high concentrate THC, not a low. They were getting the good quality stuff. It was already known, you know, for its high, and that the THC portion of it that gets you high was indicative of quality.
Mm-hmm.
So they already understood something we didn't. I always say follow the elders.
Yeah.
Because the knowledge has always been here. It's somewhere down the line that it got corrupted. This knowledge has always been here with us. Yeah. And those elders, they already told us. And it goes back to the story of Sumer. You have to go back to Sumer as part of this equation also, because that's where this whole story starts at. That's where the gift was granted at, wasn't it? So they're going to explain to you more about this plant, and they're going to explain more things that surround this plant. And all those are equally important topics, and especially in today's time. And today you'll see the relevance of all those topics, why it's important to know those. It'll help keep you from being framed the wrong way into a debate. That is, you know, they won't be able to set up that debate so it benefits them in the outcome. And that's what framing is all about. And the politicians are very good at that, and so are the lawyers. They make you look at something from another angle, and you think you're looking at it correctly, but when somebody walks you around to the front, you realize it's a completely different beast. And that's really what they're doing. So the CBD THC debate, it's a non-debate. It's really a ridiculous debate. It's only meant to divide us more. The truth of the matter is we need the whole plant. We really do. We need that whole plant. That plant has to be given freely. It has to be made available to everyone. The mention of the words cannabis, marijuana, and hemp need to just be completely stricken off the official record. Just strike it out of the law, leave it alone. This industry will take care of itself. It always has. Every police officer will tell you the violence and the criminality is not coming from the cannabis club. It's coming from all the hard narcotics. And we know who's in control of that. And it's not any cartels either, because they're working for the same people.
You touched upon those 4 plants so that my sister understands. She's asking about sativa versus other varieties, and you had spoken to that in the beginning.
Okay, sativa usually gives you more of an up high, more of a. It's if you want a hallucinogenic high, then yeah, you definitely want a high THC. I call it the morning high, the morning weed. Then you got CBD, usually calms you down, depresses your central nervous system, and gets you relaxed to go back to sleep again. So I always recommend THC in the mornings, CBD at night. That's why I call them daytime, nighttime. Ruderalis really doesn't have a lot of nutritive quality to it. The seed is very nutritive, obviously, but it's more used for its industrial capacity. And even there, I think they're missing the mark because it's a very short plant. It just doesn't make sense that I would grow a field with like 2/5 of what I could probably plant in mass if I use sativa instead. Um, I mean, it's you see how they frame these debates. I mean, they've got everybody convinced that this does that, and this does that, and that's the way it has to stay. And then they don't explain it to you.
Do we know what the
But
longevity plant was though? The fourth one? Do we know?
the fourth one was longevity.
But what was the name of the plant, and do we have access to it?
We don't know. It was never cataloged for us. We just know that there were 4 trees. They were called the trees of life. There were 4 of them. There were four specific species, and they were all genetically created, and they were genetically created based on the design of our DNAs. Now that's all I know so far out of the story. And you have to really extrapolate that part, but it's there. You can definitely see it. Once you know what you're looking at, it's pretty much easy to understand how they would change the language, and how it may have gotten perverted over to, or mixed up or messed up through the years, perverted through the years. But you can see it. You can see it, and you can see it through the effects that we're seeing now too. You know, if they tell you one thing back in Sumer 10,000 years ago, and you're seeing a correlation to what's happening today, it's very easy to see what the connection is. So when they told us, you know, the holy tree of, the tree of life is what they're using, the kind of bosom they're using in the anointing oil, and Jesus is lifting people practically out of the dead. The lame, the blind, come on, he's curing people's skin diseases and all kinds of other things. And he's using this oil. Well, look at the medicinal pharmaceutical qualities of all these compounds that are put in there, and you'll see that cannabis was the main ingredient. Myrrh, anti-cancer, anti-inflammation. Frankincense, anti-cancer, anti-inflammation. Olive oil, heart, omega fats, right? Just your circulatory system, and your endocannabinoids, right, are coming from your omega fats 3 and 6 predominantly. So you can see what he's doing. He's building a really rich, nutritive concoction that they'd like to call medicine, because that way it justifies them having patent medicine and having regulations and blah 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 blah, and keeping all these other ancillary industries alive. But really, they need to go. We need to use those resources, those human resources, that brain trust, somewhere else where it's doing something good and something right. But what they're doing right now is not right. And we all know that. I mean, that's not even a debatable thing anymore. We all know that whatever's going on is not right. And we need to change it. Well, this is a solution, folks. This gets rid of most of your resource problems, gets rid of your food problems, and you inject GANs into this. I'll give you an example. On squash plants, we're using the CO2 GANs. And we're seeing squash plants that are 4 and 5 times larger. Not changing the DNA. There's no GMOs involved here. It's just simply getting larger. You're getting more volume of food returned in your fields with the GAN's energy flowing through it than you do without it.
Yeah.
And like I said, there's nothing toxic about either the energies or the material. In fact, the GANs was used at Fukushima. Fukushima TIPCO kicked us out, kicked the organization out for political reasons. But we were actually detoxifying the soil of radiation. Sad. It's sad. We had a whistleblower on the inside actually mention something. They threatened to fire him. Wow. He's silenced right up. But the spill that they're getting ready to dump off in the Pacific Ocean, that could all very easily be cleaned up with GANs. Very easily. 2 ways. Either putting floating devices out there that are filled with it and distributing them by the millions from airplanes. And probably in a matter of anywhere from hours to weeks to possibly months at the most, we could deneutralize the radioactivity very quickly.
Natalie's just joining us, and I think she's missing the point of this conversation. You're saying you don't agree with that. Not true. To get the buzz, it's a toxic plant. Herbs in scripture is traditionally cooked herbs, not pot. Well, honey, we're not talking about smoking here. There's a lot more. We've been on here for over 3 hours discussing all the benefits of it being food, not medicine, honey. And it's all.
Who is this?
The last comment, hon. We're not here to. We're here for information. We're sharing information for everyone to be properly informed. So
when they bring 44,000 research reports, they're more than welcome to make that kind of a base remark. But other than that, no, please keep it to yourself, because I'm not even going to look at it. When you've dedicated 4 years of your life, you have no free time, you don't hang around with your buds and all that nice stuff you people do, then please do come to me and debate this with me. But until you have I don't think you're really qualified, and I think I'm more qualified to make that statement than you are. Thank you very much.
Well, more so that if you're just chiming in now, you're not getting the full effect of all that's been discussed for 3 hours. And so you want to go back to the beginning of the video. You'll really find a wealth of information that will benefit you significantly. So, you know, sharing why we're here. We're here to spread the love. We're not here to say someone's right or wrong. You'll never know until you do your own personal research. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I've been an advocate for this for now 6 or 7 years, and I've seen it working. I've seen more than 50 or 60 people getting cured. I'm not into it like Rick Simpson is, but I've seen more than enough people cured off of things that the pharmaceutical companies in the medical field has basically told people to go home and die.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, when you see that happening from anywhere from 2-year-old children on up to 80 and 90-year-old elders, you'll be singing a whole different tune very rapidly. That's all I can tell you. When you've actually experienced it, and sorry, you know, watching people get high and act ridiculous, yeah, those are always nice little arguments, but even there,
it's a small.
What you're looking at, it's really insignificant. You're making something bigger out of this than it is. I mean, everything from, you know, handling automobiles and heavy machinery, you know, being dangerous has been disproven to you name it. Everything that the government has tried to throw at us, the actual research looks back at them and says, you don't know what you're talking about.
Can I just share, having worked in the DC area for a very long time, that I was unaware of how many people who were coked up working for the White House, working in these high-stress jobs, and I was like, are you kidding me? You don't know what's going on around you that is totally lucid and out there in Neverland, and it's scary. We're talking about stuff that rebalances your entire organism that is meant to be there. And I could almost discern from this conversation, delineate the idea that the reason that people feel high at first is their body still needs to recalibrate to the vibrational frequency that the endocannabinoid system rebalances to, which is why when you build up a tolerance, what it's basically doing is bringing you back up to the high frequency.
That's right.
And so when what you were saying about the elders knowing all about the higher frequency and the higher THC, for them to have been consuming it meant that they were at a higher vibration and they were tolerant and maintaining. They weren't high.
I can assure you, working in research and development for 35 years and the last 8 years with the Department of Defense, I could not afford to be a stoner whack job, okay? Whatever derogatory thoughts you might be having, trust me, that would have shown up very quickly. Now, I am a little bit eccentric, and I'll gladly tell you that I own that. But other than that, I had no problems walking around in DOD telling them what this is. I had no problem whatsoever, because I will stand on what's right, even if it costs me my life. That's an oath I took, and I'm ready to pay that price, okay? So that said, I will not delve into something unless I've done a phenomenal amount of research. Atlanta has known me long enough that everything from my own family genealogy of over 2,000-page work to my gardens, which are extensive in the thousands of plants, to you name it, my vineyards that I started. I don't do anything small, and if I do it, I make sure I know what I'm doing before I even open the first page. I come from an intelligence background. My father was the head of military intelligence, 7th Army and USOR headquarters in Europe, and my aunt was an editor for a major newspaper. Intelligent conversation is kind of in my lineage. When you look into my history background, you're going to find out a lot more that's active there also. You'll be pretty amazed at where you find these people in the American history, in the scheme of the American story, and others. But point is I don't delve very lightly into material. I go headlong into it, and if I have to, I will sequester myself for years and months on end to get that job done satisfactorily to my requirements, not anybody else's, and my requirements are pretty damn high. Like I said, Atlanta has seen some of the things I've done. Is I don't mess around. I don't have time for it. This life is a journey. It's an adventure. It's not a dress rehearsal. And damn it, I came here to live it.
So my little sister's so cute. She's like, and I'm sorry I said that to you, Lori. So she said she thinks we need samples. Got any chocolates?
Yeah, I saw that.
So who put pot?
You're on your own,
okay.
huh? I'm in Maryland right now. If I get back to the East Coast or West Coast again, maybe then. Look, the, the civil disobedience in this is extremely important. It's one of the things that has kept this topic alive. Yes, the criminal justice system is merciless and corrupt to no end, but it still needs to be on that level that we have to wake up to understand, not just in this debate, but in other debates, who we really are. What our real duties and obligations to all this is, you know?
Yeah.
And if we don't research, just, you know, you might as well just stay at home and shoot yourself, really, because you're not living life. If you don't study the things that are in front of your face to understand them intimately, then why are you here? I mean, really, do you ever stop and smell the roses? You know, it's like, what are you doing here? Uh, for me, research is fun, you know, so maybe I'm a little biased, but and I love giving out the information, so I'm glad I've had this opportunity that Lana's presented me. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you, Bob. You know I love you, honey. It's been years. I watched you be
You.
eccentric, and I've sat with you.
Time doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's serious. And you know the thing, I come from a bunch of us are all military veterans here. I was in the Air Force for over 10 years. I worked up at many of those three-letter agencies. I experienced and witnessed things. And you know, when you're behind the scenes, people don't necessarily still take you as credible, even though you're like, dude, you have no idea what I've seen. And it's not that I need to tell you what it is, because you got to figure it out for yourself. But have an mind and be aware. There's a lot more out there you have no idea.
We're in an age of enlightenment. I mean, this is the time, people. We are what we've been waiting for. You know, don't be waiting for some savior to come. Don't be waiting for, you know, oh my gosh, the luck. You know, this is it. You're not getting another chance. None of you are getting another chance. If you want to make changes, if you want to see the life that you want, this is when you make it. So, civil disobedience aside, you want to keep living this way? I don't. I'm already telling you. This is my declaration. I do not want to continue living this way. This is a lie. All of this is a lie. It's a dangerous lie. It's a disgusting and dangerous lie. And for the people that are perpetrating it on us, they need to end. And that's the only way I need to say it. Kingship must end. And when kingship ends, we will be humanity again. It's simple as that. It's counterintuitive. No, we won't fall into reckless abandon and mayhem and anarchy, whatever you want to call it. We're going to learn how to be human again. That is in our very nature. The thing that is not in our nature is everything that they make us. And we're allowing them to make us. It's time we start making ourselves whole again, human. That's what we are. That's what all of us are. And it's very simple. It's not hard to do.
And many of us are finding our way back to the you know, to nature. We're finding our way back to our roots. You know, this stuff has been there. It's just all of a sudden now people are realizing, oh my gosh, pharmaceuticals really aren't that healthy. Well, yeah, we kind of knew that, but you know, there was a time when our grandparents, our great-grandparents, they called doctors quacks for a reason, because it was homeopathic beforehand. When it switched and we put our hands in the medical community, we no longer...
They also didn't trust anybody in a suit and tie.
Exactly, exactly.
People didn't work for a living. And they were pretty right about that, too.
Tom's asking if you're going to grow a mohawk with them.
No, bro, I'm keeping all my hair. What's left of it? It's there. I'm just a little perspired today because it's kind of humid in Maryland. But normally it's out and it's longer. But no, the hair is important. At the end of each one of your hairs is actually at the follicles down there. There's actually a nerve ending. Just on a side, it's very interesting because it's actually one of the things they use for mind control. They send out a sub-frequency across your television screen that you don't even recognize at between 0.5 and 2.4 hertz. You'll never feel that, but your hairs do. And they vibrate at a frequency dependent on which specific frequency they put in that will then join together those nerve-ending bundles in a signal that goes to a specific portion of your emotional brain side, right? So if they're looking at something, for example, that you normally would never digest, they send that signal through and suddenly you're questioning yourself. And they do that a couple of times. Suddenly you're accepting it. And they have done these studies repetitively and they work. This is only one of 30 applications they use that are patented on your television set. That's why they call it programming. You are being programmed.
Yeah.
Turn it off. Turn it off. Y'all see the Matrix? The cord was in the back of the neck. Got news for you. The cord is your eyes and your ears. That's what the cord is. Disconnect from the Matrix, and you'll finally have the ability to not be clouded by their messages and see the distinctions of what's wrong. Then do some research, and you will discover the lies, and you'll be able to see the truth. It's there. The truth is there, and it's not being given you by the people you would expect to give it to you. Trust me that. Not your churches, not your government, not your industries. None of them are telling you the truth. They all have a vested interest in making money and power.
Yeah, and
so go make your own money.
Even with the Kundalini yoga, you know, we grow our hair long, just like the Native Americans, because your hair is an extension of your vibrational energy. And so when it's loose, it creates that friction, and it picks up like antennae, all the energies around you. And the stuff you're not visually aware of or hearing is actually still being absorbed, which is why sometimes you're picking up something else from someone else and wondering why that weird thought popped into your head. And that's why our hair coiled on up on top, under a top, protected.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true. Yeah, we have other sensory perceptive qualities about the human body, and that's just one of them. We know, for example, if somebody comes within that, remember I told you put your arm out at your fingertips out at arm's length? Well, that happens to be about the same area that you can feel somebody's energy as they walk past you, and your body will react to whether that's a negative energy or positive energy that's passing by you. If there's, quote, something wrong with that person, you're going to sense it. You're going to sense it. Your body's going to sense it. It's going to pick up on the imbalance in the energies of that thing, and it's that close a distance that'll finally see it. Others have been able to train themselves to see it at much further distances. You know, the people that can see further, the what are called the remote viewers, and these other classes of psychics or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, we know it's there. This has been measured. This is not a question. It's not wishy-washy science. We're actually measuring these things, and we're seeing that it's very valid.
Yeah, we teach it in Kundalini Yoga as well. Lori's asking about the vaccine damaged people, how the THC can help them, and that would be also people in the autism spectrums, because they seem to have labels for everything.
We're seeing that GANS is being effective on that in Ghana, and some of the treatments from the reports I'm getting back that's being used on people with autism. Autism, from my understanding so far, seems to be centered around the compounds that they put in, the additives in the vaccines. We know that in some cases the MMR vaccine has nagalase, a compound shortly called nagalase. And nagalase is a product that's created by bacteria, viruses, and cancers to shut off macrophages. That's right. It's a protective mechanism they have. And when they shut them off, basically they sit there, macrophages sit there, and they don't do anything. Remember, that's our human vacuum cleaner. It's about 30 times larger than the largest cell. So those things that have a voracious appetite at killing bacteria, viruses, and cancer cells. So if they're shut off by nagalase, guess what happens? You open up the door for all these invasive items to come into your body temple. So the nagalase almost seems to be some kind of construct of the eugenics programs. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to put it that way, but that seems the only rational answer I can give it anymore. And we know that they're putting in somewhere, they've measured between 51 and 81,000 times more nagalase in the MMR vaccine, which seems to be one of the main culprits in causing autism. Well, what happens when the macrophages are shut off is very important. The macrophages start to release cytokines out of these pustules at the bottom of themselves. Cytokines then create what's called a cytokine storm, and that is an inflammatory storm that reaches the neurology of the patient. That is, the brain starts to swell. And some of you mothers may have gotten your children immunized, and the children are screaming bloody murder because their encephalitic cells are swelling, right, in the inflammatory process and have nowhere to go inside of the skull. That child is in deep pain, and that child is being brain damaged. And that's done by nagalase. We know that the GC-MAF, which is located on the amino acid base 420, is reactivated by D3, vitamin D3, found in cannabis.
Yeah.
And it's also, I believe, THC has some mitigating factors involved in making that happen also. The CB1 receptor has to be excited, I believe, for one thing. But we know that there's some relationship between the two that are affecting the cytokine storms. So that said, we know one of the major causes of it already. We already know what's causing autism. And we also know that autism didn't start rising until cannabis was taken out of both the food chain and the pharmacopoeia. None of these diseases that we're seeing today skyrocketed until we took cannabis out of the pharmacopoeia. You got to remember, over 70% of our medicines by 1942 were comprised predominantly, as the reactive agent in those medicines, is indica. Cannabis, indica, is what they used mostly. So most of our medicines until 1942 were cannabis based, and once they took them out, 8 years later, the time frame it takes for a doctor, at least back then, for a doctor to recognize a tumor is taking place, they were happening. So the alarm bells went off in 1950 with the medical community. They were alarmed that cancer had risen by 20% in just 8 years. Historically, it was 1 in 20 from 1900 almost up to 1942 and above. And then suddenly it shows up as 1 in 16. That's a 20% increase. It doesn't sound like a big number, but that's a huge number. And then we see things like autism that were like 1 in 5,000 something. They never even spoke about it in most medical colleges. And if they did, it was less than 5 minutes just to touch on it that, yeah, it's one of those weird diseases out there, but nobody gets it. Now your children are being born with it. Your children are being born with autism. You better start asking the question, where the hell is this coming from? Because it's not normal. It's not healthy. And if it continues, it'll be genetically passed on, and it'll have major repercussions for the entire species. They are trying to wipe us out.
And I also truly believe that a lot of it is just like we were talking about with the hair and the programming. So the more that you're watching television and you see these obnoxious big pharmaceutical advertisements, you see the increase in those types of diseases as a result of where attention goes, energy flows. So if you're around a lot of people who are getting cancer, don't be surprised if there was some of those people and end up with it as well, because biology of belief is where your attention keeps on. That's what you're drawing to you. Life is responding to you where you're at, the vibration, your frequency.
What you give, you receive back.
Exactly. So it's
whatever you put out there is what you're asking, what you're inviting to come back at you.
So
that's how energy works.
What you nourish yourself with, through your eyes, through your ears, your surroundings, what you put in your mouth, what you actually touch, taste, it's all inclusive. This is the self-love. It's bringing it back to being very aware and discerning what resonates to make you feel uplifted and keep you on a high vibration versus turning around and enduring something that takes you down, right? Because the more you hang around something that's negative, you're going to end up in that space.
Natural things like light, the earth, just simply touching the earth. There are microbes that come up through your feet, ladies and gentlemen, that help relax you and keep you healthy. Yeah. Real microbes. But taking too many showers, for example, that was a construct out of the 20th century. We have microbes that live on our bodies. They're supposed to be there. Yeah. You wipe out all the mites, the skin mites that you have that naturally occur, and there's probably several hundred species of those. You're affecting the balance of your skin, your first protective layer. They're supposed to help clean it. They get the bacterium off and everything else. You go in there wiping it out with acids, what do you think's going to happen? Brushing your teeth with fluoride, really? Do we need to go down that one anymore? Your teeth, folks, at a certain age are no longer supposed to be white. Sorry, that's not the way it's supposed to happen. It's an indication of how healthy your life is and how healthy it's been. It's basically like a little memory device. They're little memory sticks. Where did they live? What did they eat?
That was for you, Tom. My sisters and I grew up learning to wave with our feet and our toes. So we used to play with the ear wiggling. We used to make up all that stuff. So
it's a good skill to know.
Yeah.
Never know when you have to sign a document with your feet.
I'm serious. You got to pick stuff up with your feet.
Yeah. Oh, I've had open doors with my feet.
I'm surprised at. You're so awesome, Rob. Thank you so much, Bob, for showing up. I am so grateful to you. let's touch upon a little bit about the GANS and where people can get that information as well. Because I think the GANS is something that's so revolutionary. You know, we can sit here and talk about cannabis, but then we're going to a totally new we're talking a next level beyond the next, and then some.
Just real quick with Nathalie. Nathalie, first of all, you're mistaken. This isn't a drug. It'd be nice if it were a drug, but it's not a drug. And no one's trying to toxify us. We're trying to get healthy. And in fact, everybody that I've known that uses cannabis actually gets to a state of homeostasis, at least closer to a state of homeostasis than they ever have with pharmaceuticals. So if they're looking for warriors and end times and all that stuff, go ahead and keep manifesting that. Frankly, we're not manifesting that at all. That's a transition period. It's not an end period. It's a transition. So in the end, so in the beginning, so in the end. It's all repetition. It's always cyclical. It will continue to go on for a very long time, whether we're here or not.
Yeah. It's a cycle. You're never ending. You're never beginning. You're just continuing constantly. Shift and change of the energy and the vibration, right?
Yeah, and the DOD rejected this in the 1940s because it makes their soldiers not want to fight wars because they realize that war is a ridiculous thing to fight. So, thanks, Nathalie, but you're wrong in this one. I'm going to have to call you out on this one.
I don't understand it personally.
If anybody has any questions after this broadcast, you're more than welcome to email me. I can get into any kind of answering question session you want, or I can write you essays if you want. I can send you in the right direction, give you web links, all the whole 9 yards. I'm just not prepared to go on the seminar route yet, and when I do, I'm sure some of you might remember me, might even come see me. Who knows? But yeah, we do hope to do that. We'll try to have more laughs, and maybe it'll be legal by then, because even if it's completely legal, you're still going to have to know what the heck you're looking at. And you're simply not being informed. You're really not being informed. And I'm sorry to say this, most of the population on the planet has been dumbed down so bad that learning, researching, those types of things just don't seem to be, on their schedules.
Yeah.
So it's something I learned to do through doing the cannabis. Cannabis has made my frontal lobe much more active. It's made my pineal gland much more active. It's made my entire neurology more active. My ability to memorize data is just completely enhanced by 100-fold. I mean, my analytical skills have increased. I'm not looking outside the box. I don't see a box anymore. That's a construct, another construct they give you. Little phrase words or sentences they give you, like that one, Oh, I work outside the box. Really? There's a box? That's nice. Only if you say so.
When you see the limit, you act like there's a limitation. You still have a limitation, right?
I don't know.
No, what I mean is when someone actually, it's like when someone's trying to prove something to you, they're probably still trying to prove it to themselves. Doesn't necessarily mean it's action.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I get a lot of that. It's good that I've got a background in hypnotherapies because it helps me see how people's minds are actually working. And it's very interesting when you present them with this information. Of course, I'm famous for what they call data dumping.
Yeah.
So if you ever meet me on the street at a gas station or a gas pump, at the cash register or whatever, don't be surprised if I'm data dumping somebody. And I'll have them there for a half an hour just completely data dumping them. And oftentimes I've been told, well, that's way too much. Just keep it simple. I'm like, no, I'm planting all the seeds I have in the bag because I know at least one of them will come up. If I plant a couple of them, I never know. So I know that I've left this person with at least one seed that's going to grow. And it's worked for me. It's worked. Of course, when we do the seminar route, we're going to try to be much more organized. And that may not be for a couple of years yet. But I understand right now, because there are so few people that are reading this. I mean, literally, I've probably met only 2 people so far in 7 years that have bothered to read any substantial amount of the research reports. And that's just ridiculous. That's untenable. You can't have a national and international debate if nobody understands what the hell they're talking about. And that seems to be what's going on here.
Based on fact or research, it's opinion based on hearsay and accepting someone else's opinion.
It's hearsay.
Extrapolated.
It comes from newspaper articles, exactly.
Questioning it. And
exactly. It comes from government PR, industry PR. It doesn't come from the actual research itself. And there's abundant research. I mean, 44,000 reports is nothing to chaff at. It's there. And trust me, 4 years of this it's there. There's a lot of information there, a lot of it. And in fact, it would really benefit the cultures if they put teams to work understanding now the endocannabinoid system and going back to that old research to evaluate that old research to see if they weren't touching on the endocannabinoid system at various points in time, that may give us more insight. Because we're going to find clues there too. And I'm sure eventually somebody will take that upon themselves. And I don't know, if I live to be the 300 I want to, I may do it around the year 250. But I do plan on being here for 300 years.
I'd give it to you because, hey, where there's a will, there's a way. When you decide it, you can achieve it.
I am that.
Yeah. There's a good statement. I am that. I do find that personally, I'm flexible enough to listen to what people say, and even if I don't understand it, I would rather not try to tell something they're wrong, but maybe questions to find out.
I mean, if you see somebody walking into a wall and not the door, I think they're wrong. You know, at some point, I mean, you're left with this. It's not a really good place to be, actually. For me, on some emotional levels, I don't like being the person up here that seems to be the only one that's bothered to read the information.
Yeah.
You know, because it leaves me in a really precarious situation. I can't live with the fact that people don't know. And I watch everybody on the debate, and I'm watching how these frames work. You know, and that's an understanding I have from my hypnotherapy and my neuro-linguistic programming background. And I'm looking at it going, you know, it's if people would just, excuse my French, get off their asses and read, really. Instead of fiction and sitting there watching television all night, just grab 3 or 4 reports and read them. And then tomorrow night, grab 3 or 4 more. And just make that a little exercise and watch what happens. If it happens with you, that would happen with me, that after only 4,000 of those reports, you start to see the bigger picture, and you'll see it relatively quickly. It only took me 4,000, and suddenly I'm going, well, wait a minute, where's the drug part of this? Where's the medicine part of this? Because everything I see these compounds doing, the body already has a natural function for. It's not happening in the absence of cannabinoids and in these specific terpenoids and other compounds that are in cannabis. But when they come in, and simply come in as food, smoking, I don't care how you ingest it, but when it comes in the body, this whole cacophony, orchestra of magic takes place across the entire spectrum of the human body. All of it, top to bottom.
So my sister mentioned that there's not a lot of, the standard American has no idea where to find this information. And that's so true.
National Institute of Health.
NIH.
National Institute of Health, about 4 or 5 years ago, about 6 months before I started researching this. It was really ironic because one of the women that was actually entering this data, her father worked with me at one of my at the defense contractor I was working with, who I won't name, and he made mention of it, and I just had to laugh. How ironic, you know, the defense DOD connection to individuals that were working in this field. You know, myself, this man's daughter, and never more. I won't mention them because some of their careers are still out there, but it was just ironic. So I started reading it, and I found out that NIH had this material, and they were putting it up there. They were actually finding all the research material that was available out there, and they were putting it up. They always say it's over 20,000. I counted over 44,000. That's because I actually read over 44,000 these reports and abstracts and more. There's also patents out there, and some of these patents for like the patent 66 good Lord 6630 no what is it 6630507 U.S. patent 6630507. The one that deals with CBD. How it affects Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, depression, acne rosacea, a host of diseases. They listed over a dozen diseases, I believe. But what people don't realize is behind that patent are also about a dozen research reports. So go look at that. I mean, just that one alone, the CBD, the 6630507 patent, just take a look at it. That'll wake your butt up. I mean, there's so much information. There's almost 10 to 12 research reports there. Have fun. I'm serious. Have fun. Understand who cannabis is.
663.
You know, you don't. 6630507. That's the patent that the national NIDA, I think it is, holds the patent on that, or the Department of Health and Human Resources. One of the two holds the U.S. patent on that. So it begs the question: why in the hell does the government have a patent on CBD? You know, as a neuroprotectant against Alzheimer's and schizophrenia. but yet they want to classify it as a Schedule 1. It's just these positions are completely untenable. Like I said, DEA now saying that any compound found in cannabis is a Schedule 1. Well, I'm sorry, you just wiped out all 49 essential nutrients. It's like, what do you people think you're doing?
Yeah.
And nobody realizes this is happening because they don't bother to read the research. You have to read it. You have to get somebody to read it. So I'm here. I've read it. I'm telling you what I've found. I've worked in research and development in high technology, Department of Defense, and private industry for over 35 years. I've did it without. I've worked as an engineer, ladies and gentlemen, without a degree. Do you understand that? I've worked without getting a degree. Yeah. And okay, if you can find a job with the Department of Defense listed as an engineer without a degree, good luck. It's not easy to do, but I did it.
Yeah.
Okay. So my qualifications stand a little bit higher than a lot of people. That said, I have learned something, and I want to give it back. And this is my giving it back to you because I think you all deserve this. I want to see you live healthy, happy lives. I want you to pass on the genetic material so that this entire species continues its travel down this long road. We did not come here to end it. We came here to make it better and to pass it along to our progeny. Yeah? That's the way I understand it. That is our obligation. Yes? For the privilege of coming into this life domain, that is our obligation, to return it back in a better state than we found it. And we're failing miserably at it. And one of those reasons is we're not consuming the tree of life that was given to us for that purpose. It's a pretty simple argument. So I stand behind this pretty firmly. And all the detractors out there, I'll just have one thing to say to you. I already know you haven't read the research or you wouldn't be making the statements. So it's not going to bother me. Any of the insults is not going to bother me because it just simply tells me you have not bothered to read the research. When you do, please come back. I welcome you. Please come back when you do. We'll have a good debate. We'll have a good discussion, and maybe we'll have a plan together. You know, maybe you'll see what I saw, and maybe you'll understand, like I understand, what needs to change in order to give us what it is we need.
So let's turn it over to some of the GANs, because I think this is a really cool subject, and a lot of these people don't have any clue about it, and it might take off the edge of some people who are kind of against.
This is all still ongoing research with the GANs. I mean, we're basically in the process of rewriting physics. Our understanding of the natural world is been kind of convoluted for a number of reasons. You know, some of them innocent and some of them not so innocent. The truth of the matter is we're starting to realize that a lot of the fundamentals are wrong and a lot of the other principles are not quite correct either. That said, we're finding that physics is a lot simpler than what we've been led to believe. You don't need it. As the founder of the Kesh Foundation always says, it's like, you know, all those guys with the PhDs on the walls, they might as well use it as toilet paper because they're not worth the paper they're written on. Not when it comes to medicine and not when it comes to physics anymore. They're completely wrong. They've made it too complicated, too confusing, and it's really much simpler than that. It's just simply a matter of energy and plasmatic energy, where all energy derives from. The plasma is where it all comes from. We can do anything with it now that we have identified it. We know how to work with it, and the evidence will slowly be coming out little by little as we all work in it in various laboratories around the world. Now, this is private. This isn't the government initiated. This is not industry initiated. These patents are held, but they're also given into the public domain trust. That is, they are usable by anyone, right? As long as they are using them structured to benefit humanity. If you start playing around with this stuff, you know, you're trying to make profits off of it and you're putting out false information, we will come after you and you will be dealt with properly under the legal terminology that's applicable. That said, be careful of karma. You may think it's a joke, but karma works, especially in relationship to working with GANs, because once you start traipsing near the plasma energy fields, that's where karma resides. It's the balance of nature. It's the balance of energies. You go knocking that energy out of whack, the karma will come back there and knock you back into whack, and you will pay a consequence for it. We also know, and this is a little piece I'm putting out, that everything that we feel and think and everything that we do is and has been recorded. You will be held accountable. You don't go anywhere after this domain. You will always be in this domain until you reach a higher plane. So keep thinking that you're getting away with what you're getting away with because your neighbor, your friends, your family, people like me don't see it directly and understand that that's what you're doing. But it is being recorded, make no mistake, and you will be held accountable. I just want to leave that little word there. It's time for us to wake up. the time to do the work is now, people. We can't wait for anyone else to do it, because if we wait, there won't be anybody else coming along to do anything. We have gotten to that point now where it seems very categorically we are being destroyed. We better wake up to that fact, because we have humanity to save us, and it's the only thing that will save us anymore. We better come to terms with that. If the evidence isn't there clear enough for you, then you might want to wake up and get out of that slumber you're in, because it's definitely happening, and it's been happening for a long enough time to where you can see the end results already taking place.
So question, is it Kesha with the K-E-S-H-A or just Kesh?
Keshe. And you'll hear detractors from them, but if you're familiar with any of the technologies and you've seen them work, you know that the detractors don't have a leg to stand on. It's still in the developmental phases, so no, we don't have free energy. We are working on free energy. We're pretty close. We have a lot of energy savings that we can get, but we know what the problems are. It's not a matter of, oh, the science is all wrong. It's like, no, we have some tweaks we have to do, and we know that. And if anybody's worked in the defense contracting world, they know that, nothing. To give you an example, the F-22, that program was started in the 1970s after the Vietnam War. We have yet to fly a single F-22 in battle. No? That's how long it takes to develop these programs. So when you talk about cost overrides, and I'm not defending the Department of Defense or their weapons systems, trust me, I'm not, but I'm only trying to make clear that research and development is not something like putting together Twinkie widgets and throwing them out the door tomorrow, and it doesn't matter what the quality is. There are stringent quality controls, stringent amounts of testing and validation that you have to do for quality and everything else, and safety, and you name it on down the line. So this is an ongoing project. The nice thing is we have about 120 million people worldwide working on it. So the changes are coming very rapidly. The more of you that would like to join us are more than welcome, because this is a completely international open source program taking place.
Yeah.
I mean, this fits right down the road of what humanity should be doing, isn't it? So nobody's going to make massive money off of it, because the end game of this whole technology is to get rid of money, to get rid of thinking, to get rid of governments, to get rid of all of those industries that are destroying us right now. And we have a real capability of doing that in less than a decade if everybody wakes up.
Yeah.
And if they don't, they'll get trapped in the vortex that it will create.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary war only needed a 3% of the population to join it. Yeah, and that's all it took. That 3% created a vortex of energy that sucked the rest of us right in with it. So we're hoping that will happen here, and we're pretty sure it will, because that's the way nature operates. And we know that vortex is pretty strong right now, and it won't take long before we suck everybody else through the portal with us. So it'd be nice to have you all along. If we can get this done earlier, then we can all benefit from it earlier. But if we have to wait, it won't take that long. We'll wait. We're patient.
Mm-hmm. Well, and especially because, united we stand, divided we fall. So it's really easy to get caught up in what you've always known, but you need to question even what you think you know at all times. I
have some dictums. I said, if you reach into the negative to answer any of your dilemmas or issues or questions, you're already in the wrong place. Yeah. Just realize that if you're looking in the negative, you're looking at an issue negatively, you're already in the wrong place. Yeah. You're already in the wrong place. So that's one of them. And I have a couple more dictums, but they've lent themselves very well to me. So I know now that if I'm thinking really negative thoughts, I've got to stop, because I'll never find a solution there. That's not where my solutions live. That's not where any solutions live. That's where negativity lives. That's where depression lives. Yes. Those are the zones where anxiety and all the other nonsense lives.
Stuck in the past, based on its own old beliefs and filters that don't exist, and really there's no tangible evidence of it being real.
No, we can convince ourselves. Look, I have to admit that I fell prey to the Reagan administration's battle cry that, it kills brain cells, short-term memory loss, and the effects of that, the psychological effects of that are pretty freaking profound. They simply make the statement. We look at them as authority figures, and we actually believe the crap. And I actually believed the crap. I was going to college at the time. That's why I was learning to become an engineer, doing my college work in only the engineering field. So I left the BS courses out. That's why I never got a degree. Yeah. So, because I won't play their game. I just don't want to play that game. You don't get all my money for junk that I don't need. I'm sorry. I don't want it. I'm not going to pay for it. But I did it, and I've had a successful career. But I even believed the nonsense. I believed it. I believed it up until the time I started reading the research and realizing how I had been lied to. Not just a little bit, but bold-faced lied to by the very people whose who we've been given the job to tell us the truth about these matters. The very people that we are paying to do that for us are the ones that are lying to us. But you have to read it yourself. The research material is out there. That's done by usually impartial researchers. And if not, you have enough peer review in other research to make up for anybody that tries to get out of hand. And that's how we've exposed DEA and NIDA repeatedly in the statements that they've made in public of how damaging and how the negative effects of cannabis are going to affect us. It's like, I'm sorry, that's not what the researchers are saying. And I kind of like my world because we can't live on lies. We can't last on lies.
One moment, because we're about to come to an end here, because it turns out we have 4 minutes until the end of this video. There is a 4-hour time limit. Now, Bob and I spoke earlier.
4 hours?
Apparently. So you and I were joking about going 4 hours, and we are about to hit the 4-hour mark.
Okay, folks, I have some other obligations. I'm going to have to cut it short with you.
Oh, short, right?
This may be a good time to cut it short. I told you I can go 9 hours.
Well, you're not
but that's my voice gives out then.
So I just want to say thank you so much for showing up, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you and everybody who shared the video. And, you know, it doesn't hurt to go back through and listen again, because there's some juicy bits of information in here that should get your mind really operating in the questioning of, do I know what's real?
If anybody has any specific questions, I have no problem. My link's on Lana's site. If you guys want to call me on Facebook or text me through Messenger or through Facebook, I have no problem answering your individual questions. Even if I sit here for the next week doing it, I'll do it. But if I don't get to you right away, I'm not ignoring you, because I went through last night and I answered a lot of the questions that I could on the blogs. So I don't have a problem. I'd rather you were informed. You know, it's as important to me that you know that I know, and that I know. It's important for all of us. We need to know this information. And it's just a small bit of it. Maybe I'll get another opportunity. Maybe I'll get another opportunity, but I think we need to give it a break a couple weeks. Huh? I'm sorry?
We can definitely do this again. If people want more questions answered we didn't cover, we can definitely do this again. He says round 2.
Yeah, I think the format should be that we answer some of these questions maybe publicly instead of me going into a long diatribe about it. Yeah. That would be. But thank you. Thanks everybody, really. From my heart, you guys. Thanks everybody for listening to me. Okay. It's been a real pleasure. It really has. I've enjoyed it.
You're all beautiful. We have 2 minutes and counting. This is crazy, but I'm so grateful that for all of you that showed up. I'm so grateful that you've been open enough to listen, even if it's challenging your brain and all that stuff you think you knew. You know what? You got to question it.